Okay, we should be streaming to the main channel. This is going to be a super fun stream. I'm really excited about this, actually. So Joe is joining me again. It's been a couple, I don't know, has it been a couple of years?
I think it's been a couple of years, bro.
I think it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
So Joe, AKA Bearded Hardware, he's linked in the description below. Joe does a lot of overclocking, sort of what you're known for.
Pretty much.
And
my famously good looks.
Well, yeah, there was a comment earlier that said, I wonder how often these two will get their beards stuck. You have enough beard hair for two of us.
Yeah, I have to be careful. I really do.
Because, yeah, I don't have that particular, I have the opposite problem.
Yeah, you got that regular hair.
Yeah, as you said.
I always have mine up, so.
Well, last time do you remember that video we did all the setup? And you're like, what are you talking about? You basically got a beard growing from your head.
That is true. I mean, we could probably compare. Like, no, you got my. Damn, you got a lot of hair, bro.
The stream's going a bad direction. So we're going to be overclocking the RTX 4090.
It's all downhill from here.
And this is going to be really fun because I think we did some pre-testing last night. We didn't push it all the way. We saved that for the stream. But it was looking like top 10 scores should be doable. I don't want to jinx it, but
probably.
I'm thinking top 10 should definitely be doable. And we're going to be comparing against the 3D Mark Hall of Fame today. So specifically Port Royal.
Yeah. Might as well jump back on the Port Royal train, you know?
Yeah, we haven't been on that leaderboard for a while now. And Jay, I don't think is really wanting to like super compete right now, which is fine. This stuff takes a lot of time. But just for a reference point, he's around like 49th, 50th, so he's in the top 100, which is great. We're going to try and get above that. There's BPS Customs is on there as well, another YouTuber. He's somewhere around, last night was around 18 or so. And so that kind of gives you a mark for who's up there right now. Paul was on there too. I don't remember what his current rank is.
Probably low.
But fighting words. Paul. Fighting words. So we're going to get started with all that. Let me tweet out and just say we're live.
We're live.
If chat could let me know, how's the audio and the video? Can you see and hear everything?
It's a lot of slacker.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who shouting you out. It looks
it's number
so
one
far.
or bust.
Yeah, we'll try. Joe, why don't you walk us through the bench setup while I kind of get this tweeted out?
So you'll see right here we have the Ice Giant cooler, which I've been kind of repping a lot lately. It's one of my favorite coolers just for, I don't know, it's more than a standard air cooler. It's pretty much like an in-between, like a good water cooling system. It's kind of almost like the overclock ability of a water cooler system, but packaged in an air cooler. So it works really good. We have it running on a 7950X. We got the AMD 7950X, you know.
Joe's got his AMD special shirt.
That's right.
On.
I got my special shirt that nobody else has except for Bill, you know.
I have one of those.
You don't count. I think Bill can fit in, like, you can fit 3 Bills in this shirt. But, yeah, so we got the, what's it called? For Tai Chi X670E. Yes, sorry. Messing up the board name.
You can't forget the E because it stands for extreme, and the X also stands for extreme.
Yeah.
And if you're not at least 2 extremes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have G-Skill memory. I think 6K. It was pretty much what was given to me. So, yeah. This is actually a really good chip. I don't think it really matters so much for Port Royal, but yeah, this chip will actually do around 6.5 Cinebench. If you check out my Twitter, I've been putting up a bunch of scores up there before I came up here. But yeah, so that's the motherboard setup, the memory, the chip, the cooler. Oh, and let's not forget the Corsair 1600. Was it the I? I always forget. I've had this. This is like a pre-production version.
I think that is an I. Yeah.
Yeah, this was like one of the first. This might actually be the first 1600 that ever came out. Mr. John Garreau gave it to me.
And let's do I can show.
Bunch of records on those.
Someone was asking if they could see the current leaderboard. We're gonna do this kind of not like the best way. I'm just gonna turn the monitor. I could feed it into the stream, but I don't have it set up right now. So for current leaderboard, sorry Andrew, you're gonna have to turn the camera a bit. Here's what we're working with. Do you want me to tilt? Let me know. And Port Royal is what we're looking at. You can find this yourself. You go Google search 3D Mark Hall of Fame and then click on Port Royal right here. And we're going to be doing single card. So it's one 4090. These are getting crazy close to 2 cards. So 2 cards, you've got entries for what, 3090s. So it's all 3090s up here until the TI. And
yeah, because you can't do dual 490s.
Right, right. Yeah, it is kind of sad, actually.
It is sad.
So 36,000 points for 2. And if these numbers don't mean anything to you, I always say you basically just do a percent difference, and that kind of gives you enough meaning. So for 2, you've got like KP up there. J is actually up there with 2 for the 3090s. And then Bisu, I don't know how you say that exactly, and Lumi and a couple others. So then if you go to single card, the scores stop at about 30K. So that's our mark today. I don't know if we'll hit that, but
yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
It's kind of tough with these cards because, well, I guess we can talk about the card in a little bit.
Yeah, and then we're hoping for top 10. So the score we're shooting for is going to be 29,237 or better.
Yeah.
And that's our goal today. And so actually BPS Custom is doing really well. He's up here at 28,977. He's on an X3D, actually. So you see the CPU doesn't impact the rank too much on this one as long as it's...
Well, unless you have the right.
The BIOS. We discovered that again. Jay is here. Oh, so his ranks have moved a little bit. So Jay is at 54th at 28,361. So that's going to be our first goal to hit. And then we'll go for...
Where's Paul?
Where? Do you see his name?
I don't know. I think he's under Jay.
Oh, is he?
I think.
I think he's up here somewhere.
I thought he was in there. I don't know. He's been knocked out because look at all the new scores. There's like people have been updating
There's so
like
many
crazy.
I'll do a Control F in a minute, but I can't do it with this in full screen mode.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So that's kind of that's the ranks right now for 3D Mark, and that's what we're gonna be playing with today. This is gonna be fun.
Oh yes.
So we're using liquid nitrogen, and I think we can probably get started with. Do you want to set up the mount, and I'll get some LN2 going?
Sure. Let's go.
This stuff's always cool. I'm gonna, Joe, I'll let you kind of talk people through the mount since we haven't done that on stream in a while.
Well, we also might as well go over our BIOS issue, right?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we spent about a day trying to figure out why our scores were so low. So we were running, and I was doing a little bit on the card and stuff, and we come to find out if you're seeing performance that's really slow with your setup and you have an AMD setup, you probably have to update your BIOS to the newest one.
And this is something that's been known, just to
Yeah.
be clear, and we knew about it because when we did our 4090 test with the 13 series, we updated the AMD BIOS specifically for this issue, but we didn't do it on this board.
Well,
So-
I thought I was on the newest BIOS, and I've been up. If you follow my Twitter, I was basically complaining about BIOSes because I went through like 5 or 6 last week, and I didn't see the newest one.
Right.
They must have put another BIOS update that snuck one in like right when I was doing it. So, but yeah. So if you're having performance issues where you're scoring really low, you probably should update your BIOS on your motherboard.
Yes,
Just
if you're 7000 series specifically, well, I mean, yeah, 7000 series had this issue fixed a little before 4090 launch, but
Yeah, and it's not just the little points too. What did we jump, like 1,800 points?
Oh,
And
yeah.
just
It
by
was-
a
it
BIOS
was a
update.
lot.
Like it was.
Yeah. What is that even? Let's see. So 1800 out of, we were at like 27 max, not even close, but
Yeah.
so that's like, it was
Then we went up to like 20.
basically like 8% of our score was missing.
Yeah,
So-
I think it was probably a little bit more than that. I think
Yeah.
I was pushing the card a little bit on that one. So.
All right, I'm going to start filling
yeah.
LN2. It's going to sound like an alien spaceship for a second, but it looks cool. So
It does.
I'm going to mute my mic, and then Joe, you can take it over for a minute.
Yeah. So we have a 4090. Where's the other one? Did you take the other one, Steve?
Another 4090?
Yeah.
It's, if you walk around.
Don't worry about it. It's no big deal.
I'll go get it in a
But
second.
yeah, you can see the 4090 we have here. You can tell like we're missing the whole rest of the 490. Like, when you break it down to like just the actual PCB, it's very, very tiny. It's kind of nice actually. But yeah, you see the nice chunk in here. I just bit it out. You know? But yeah, so what we're gonna end up doing, we're gonna end up taking my wonderful reactor pot here, burning OC. This thing is absolutely beastly.
It's actually crazy how well that works.
It's pretty cool. When we start getting liquid nitrogen in it, you'll see how badass it is.
There's your size with the cooler versus.
Yeah, like
what
it's
cooling.
kind of ridiculous. Like this little thing is all in there. Yeah, in there, just basically a hidden one of these little things right there. You know, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and then the Reaktor pot is really cool because, so, I mean, I don't know. I've worked a lot with computer stuff, obviously, on the streams and everything else, but when I actually get genuinely excited about like how some of this stuff is working, it's pretty rare.
Yeah,
So.
like these pots are, so like this is his GPU pot, but I also have his CPU pot. So I actually have 2 of his CPU pots, and these are like super high efficient. Basically, we use way less liquid nitrogen to get the same power. Basically.
And you see it like, you see the LN2 and the vapors like spiking like a foot out of the pot when it's really going.
It's pretty cool.
You pour and it like instantly, evaporates. So.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to watch. You'll see it as we get it going, but we first got to mount this puppy right here. Now, one of the things with this card is we don't really have a BIOS for it. One of those things is NVIDIA kind of blocks us on all that stuff. We weren't able to get a BIOS for this, so we're kind of limited on what we can do. But that doesn't mean we're not going to try to break the record, So, but yeah, let's get this thing ready, and we have a little bit of Vas on it already. I'm going to put a little bit more on it. Vaseline's just to create a barrier from any water buildup, any condensation, because condensation kills. You got to be a little careful. So
it's one of the, and normally you taught me this when we did the first, Joe was the person who first introed me to liquid nitrogen OC. He came up to our old studio, and the thing you taught me was you don't necessarily need to be afraid of.
Hopefully I taught you a lot. Jeez.
No, only the one thing.
Only one thing.
Yeah, just the one thing. Just the thing I'm about to say, and that was it. There's no other transfer of knowledge. So you were talking about how condensation and water on its own doesn't necessarily kill a part. It's more of like when it starts to act really funny, you got to stop immediately.
And it's the hardest thing too, because you're all like Jones about it. You're like, and all of a sudden something funny happens, you just break down.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you keep
and
pushing
not
it,
emotionally, but like the card, break down the card. That way you don't kill it.
Sometimes you kind of break down because you do have an emotional breakdown when you kill the card.
Exactly.
You can have that. You should put a warning label on these.
Yeah. So you can. I don't know. We haven't ever killed a part when working together on this stuff, and it's all because of basically stopping as soon as it acts weird. Yeah. Pull it all apart, dry it out. We've got like these hot boxes basically for it, where you put the box.
It's like a dryer basically.
Yeah, so you put the box over the part, shove a heat gun in the top, and then
just let it run.
Let it bake, yeah.
Yeah, basically it's the same thing, like almost creating like a little oven. And what it does is it gets all the water out of the nooks and crannies. Like, when you're getting these things so super cold, you never know where water's building up. So you might have water underneath the chip, stuff like that. So you got to be a little careful.
So we have I'm going to let you keep setting up, but we have some questions about mods and stuff. So we were actually, all this soldering setup over here, the station, I'd set up because I was going to solder some shunt mods onto the card. And shunt modding, basically what you do is you take so it's a piggyback resistor mod where you have like these 5 milliohm shunt resistors, really small, and you can solder these on top of, first of all, don't do this unless you know what you're doing. You can solder these on top of an existing shunt resistor on the board, and they're typically 5 milliohm, but the FE we noticed has 2 milliohm. Yeah. And then 1.5. And so you can't, adding another one on top of it will trick the card into pulling more power than it's technically supposed to be able to pull. But there's a risk that if you do too much, you go too far.
Yeah, you hit some type of protection mechanism.
Yeah, and the card just basically locks into 2D clock mode. It's like 300 megahertz.
Yeah, it's done a bunch of times over the years. I don't know.
NVIDIA really tries to stop this stuff. So, I guess the end result was we didn't do the mod even though we were thinking about it because we're hitting more VREL, voltage reliability.
Yep.
And for that, we could use like an EBC2 or something, but it'd be easier on an ASUS Strix.
Yeah, because then we only get this, on these ones, especially with the reference cards, they don't really give you all the data sheets and everything, so you got to do a bunch of searching. Yeah, we decided to go without it, and we only had a little bit of time to try to get it all going. So.
Yeah. I'll probably do the mod at some point. I don't know how much it's going to help, though, without voltage.
From what I noticed is we weren't even hitting the power limit when we were going yesterday. So.
Yeah.
I think cooling enough is actually quite good.
I don't know. No, this isn't the EVC. This is, I think. So we do have an EVC. This is actually from Elmore. He is an overclocker. I think his website is Elmore's Lab. He makes some really cool stuff. So is this the EVC, Joe? Do you reckon?
Yeah, that's the EVC.
Yeah. So you can attach something like this to the card and get around some of the voltage limits, program into it, and bypass NVIDIA's driver limits.
Yeah.
So that would be the sort of the solution to that problem. So we have the solution here, but ideally,
it's much easier to get on an Asus card because
Yeah.
they have the points to solder to. You literally just solder them over. With the reference card, it's much harder. The data sheets might not be supported. It's a lot more research and time that you have to spend to get it going.
and this is just some sort of logistical stuff we don't normally detail, but one of the interesting challenges that we have at GN is since we want to like review the cards thoroughly, we can't really pull them all apart until we've reviewed them.
Yeah, so it's really Steve's fault.
So we just got a Strix in a couple, like the day Joe arrived, basically.
Yeah. We were trying to get one earlier, but it just didn't work.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to, I didn't want to pull it all apart for this because then we can't do valid product level testing on it for sort of the end user real case scenario. So anyway, the
Because
FE though.
not everybody's going to put liquid nitrogen on it.
Right, and that
Apparently.
FE, it was still doing really well.
Well, I think what's different about the FE, it seems like it's scoring higher than most, right?
Yes.
Like if we compare it to other cards, the card is very, very efficient compared to the other cards.
It's kind of frozen.
It's okay.
It's also very cold.
Well, duh.
LN2 is really fun to work with. All right, Joe, you got a delivery coming.
Delivery?
Your way. Yeah.
Do you want me to get it?
No. I didn't completely fill it, so I can still.
So you can actually carry it?
Joe, our strength, our strength's at a little bit different levels. So, Joe likes to tell us stories about how when he used to overclock.
My old man stories?
Yeah. He had to walk up the stairs both ways with 4 LN2 doers,
Dude.
carrying them all up 3 flights of
I had an
stairs.
apartment where I was up 3 flights, and what I would do is I'd carry up 30 liters pretty much every time that I would go for some records.
Well,
I'd go through 30 liters every session, too.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just like 1 or 2 times that I brought it up 3 flights. We're talking about probably 100.
Like all day.
Yeah, all day. Well, we go through, and back then I didn't get the big tanks, so I had to just get 30 liters filled, so it was a real pain.
Is the LN2 still useful to you if it's on the floor?
Are we actually gonna use it, or are you just gonna put it all on the floor?
I mean, if we make the room cold enough.
Actually, it's getting nice in here. It was kind of hot out before.
So, what's your update on this?
Yeah, so I just put the paste on. We're using KPX, the blue paste. Just spreading it on, just trying to get it all around. Yeah, that's about it. We actually had to. So we've been kind of debugging and testing for the past couple of days. We've run into many issues just even running with the stock. So you'll see on the pod itself, I had to take a big chunk out of the side right here. So that took a little bit of work. We actually didn't notice it at first. I was benching it a couple times with it, and yeah. So if you see right here, there's a nice little choke right here that we kept on hitting.
Yeah.
So it was actually messing up the mount. So we had to take a big chunk of metal out of here, which is always fun.
It works great though.
It actually did. So it actually worked pretty darn well. So, but yeah, it's just little things like that you got to pay attention to when you're going through and testing all this stuff, because a little thing like that can actually cause you a bunch of problems.
It'd been so long since I'd done LN2 on a GPU, I totally forgot about how the NVIDIA reference boards typically have
stuff in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and it's hard to notice too. Like if you really looked at it, you kind of didn't notice it, and I just happened to be looking at it and noticing from the mount. Because when you actually, every time we separate any type of cooler or anything, I always take a look to see what's going on. Because you can actually, the paste basically tells you a story, right? You can actually see how good the mount is. So I was noticing that this one corner would always be really not enough paste on it. The spread, it's not going well, so.
So you're going to get the container on there, the reactor? And then...
Patience, my friend. Patience. Yeah, no, it's ready to go on now.
Nice.
So I'm just gonna pop this puppy on there. We want to make sure we get a decent mount because there's a couple times where I still wasn't pressing down hard enough on the one side. So
Yeah, that's what you were saying. The bottom right
this
from the
one.
back is the side that needs more pressure.
This one right here. Well, apparently when I don't know if it was with these little black things on the reference cooler, they have these little black pieces,
They're
and
like
I think one
plastic,
fell
yeah.
off when we were doing it. So they were kind of like stuck on there.
Do you want them back on there? Or no?
Nah, we're not going to use them this time.
Yes, these little things, not the screws, those are Joe's, but these things are part of the Founders
reference
Edition
cooler.
design,
Yeah, on
yeah.
the back. So we're going to take them out this time because the last time I tried to do a mount on it, it wasn't doing too well.
right.
I mean, it still did. Well, I don't want to give up too much info. I'll show you.
There's
I like to
some-
show
yeah.
instead of tell.
Let's see what chat's saying.
All right.
No, we're not going to drink any liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, that's frowned upon.
Joe's mic a bit crackly sometimes. I've only seen one complaint about that, but it's probably his beard.
Probably the beard.
Oh, I didn't mention that. For like 5 minutes before the stream started, we were trying to figure out where to put Joe's mic. Because if it's, normally you have it sort of higher up on the chest, but his beard makes it all scratchy. So we tried off to the side.
It's such a problem, dude.
Then if you look the other way, he can't even hear you. So
Yeah, like I have to keep on, I don't know. It's one of those things where it gets a little bit difficult. Difficult.
you could, I don't even know.
Shave the beard.
No, I wasn't going to go that far.
Yeah. Well, that's what I hear all the time. They're like, oh, you got a video of shaving your beard. Where'd the other one go? Where'd we go here? Oh, there he is. Got a little hidden.
Oh, funny. Someone in chat says that they thought Ice Giant was actually just referring like a nickname for you.
Well, if you look, it kind of looks like me. It's kind of fascinating there. I think they kind of ripped me off there. They're lucky I like them.
Who's the bearded guy? Joe. So he's got his channel, Bearded Hardware, linked in the description. And Joe has been doing overclocking for a long time. So
Too long. Over a decade.
yeah, so if you want to learn more about overclocking, check out his channel.
Yeah, we got a lot more videos coming up soon.
Yeah.
I don't know, busy life. Time to get going on the YouTube stuff, though.
There are a couple suggestions to just clip the mic to the beard, which you could do.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's actually a lot of suggestions. It's like all of the suggestions.
Clip it to the beard. Clip a
And then
pop
we've got one that just says sound of beard, like some kind of ASMR album or something.
That's funny.
All right, so he's got that hooked up. Quick interrupt as well. So sponsor for today's stream is going to Be Quiet with the Silent Winds Pro 4. Works great because
I'm too loud.
I mean,
Be quiet.
I was trying to figure out a nice way to say it.
Hey, easy now.
But that works. So there's a link to them in the description below. The fans are pretty good. We used them in the stream with AMD also for getting the LN2 vapors out of the way. It's actually got a physical switch on the back for easy changing the fan speed.
Which is awesome, by the way. Why don't I have these?
I can give you some.
Like,
I'll ask them for
seriously, I was actually so when I was watching you
take
do
it.
Bill's stream or
Yeah.
whatever, this is like the awesomest thing for liquid nitrogen stuff because you can when you're putting it on the setup and you want to get the air away.
He's not even getting paid for this.
No, these are the cool things that I like that I wish companies would do more of. You know, it's stuff like this that I don't know makes a good product. I feel like.
Yeah, helps for LN2
I like
stuff,
it.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, it's just for even like. We do a lot. If we're doing memory clocking, you just need to put something close to it.
Yeah.
So you don't want to have like it on blasting. You just put it right next to. Like if it's on low speed, it's not gonna fall over.
Right.
You know, it's just I don't know.
How many thermoses you want?
It's the little things. Usually,
all three?
the two. Yeah, might as well do all three. All right. So I'm just trying to be careful here and make sure that we have an even mount. One of the nice things I like about this pot. Because it's so efficient with LN2, you don't really have to insulate the pot itself. Usually with the other pots, we had to insulate and because they wouldn't go cold enough because there was so much mass and not enough surface area. With this pot, because it has so much surface area, it's so efficient. The liquid nitrogen just basically absorbs into it so quickly. So, well, the nice part about not insulating is you can actually look at the pot and see, like you can look into the light and actually see if the whole core is actually attached.
What?
What are you doing over there?
What do you mean? I'm pouring Allen 2 for you.
Yeah, on the floor.
I was making cool smoke clouds behind you.
Yeah. That is the fun part with liquid nitrogen. It's really fun when you throw in a pool. Just saying. Now I got to get the little one over here.
Oh yeah, those are actually really useful.
Yeah. Instead of doing the big ones,
Don't throw Allen 2 in the pool. It's
actually a lot of fun. I think a bunch of guys used to do it like for the competitions in the hotels where you freak people out. You throw a bunch of liquid nitrogen in the pool.
yeah.
It just evaporates. It just looks really
Exercise
cool,
caution if you do anything with Allen 2. Quick super chat from Bazinga X, who says, I have an ROG Maximus Z690 Extreme. Has PCIe Gen 5 and DDR5 support. Going to get a 13900. Is it worth it to switch out the motherboard to Z790? No. If so, what would I gain over the Max Z690? As always, some of the money has to go to Snowflake. So, I mean, my answer for that is no. The chipsets are a little different. You gain some Wi-Fi functionality. I don't pay attention to Wi-Fi too much, so.
Yeah, most boards already have Wi-Fi anyway. So.
Yeah, there's the whatever newer version of Wi-Fi. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, but you could have a router just.
Shows you how much I care about it. So the answer basically is there's no real gain. For overclocking, PCIe 5 support's really only useful right now for SSDs. The NVIDIA GPUs are still Gen 4. So honestly, I would just save your money and do the Z690 Extreme you already have, because that's a really good board. And you're not really going to gain a lot. So, and also Z690 might even be more stable since it's been around longer.
Yeah, you might have to worry about BIOS updates and everything.
Yeah.
That's usually the problem. Like as we found out with this board.
Do you think the GPU shortage will last until 2023? I think it's over. I mean, have you looked?
I would have said like 3 months ago or 4 months ago it was over.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, 4090s are out of stock, but that's just because they're brand new.
Oh, the paste right here. Yeah, so now I got to put the probe into the pot.
Yes. So thermocouple goes into the Allen 2 pot because when you bring the GPU core below a certain, I don't know if it stops at 0, but.
No, I think it's around minus 130 or minus 30 on this chip.
Yeah, we saw that on Port Royal entries, right? Minus 35.
Or minus 33, I think, or something.
Yeah, so once you get below what the GPU die can read, and also you don't really want GPU software open while you're benchmarking anyway.
Nope.
This probe just tells you close enough.
Yeah, and what's nice is the reason why you want a temp probe is you have to figure out what temperatures that your card likes. Every card is different, so each temperature might be different. So you got to kind of figure out what temperature you can do things at. So you'll have like a CBB, which is a cold boot bug. So when you have the system powered off and when you power it on, that's when that would be technically called a CBB. So if you're at like minus 100, you might not be able to boot, but if you go down to minus 80 or up to minus 80, you'll actually boot again. And then there's another one called a cold bug where you're running. Say you boot it up and you're at minus 80, now you can pull down to about minus 120, but at minus 140, all of a sudden the whole system freezes and stops. So you try to keep it above minus 140, that would be your cold bug. So yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that you have to kind of do when you're playing around. I mean, that's the fun stuff for me. Forget all the records and stuff. Trying to figure out a card, I think, is more the fun to me, I feel like.
I think so. All right. While you get that set up, I'm going to answer one of these questions from Thomas K. Said, sadly missed the first 20 minutes of the stream. Do you have a goal you want to achieve? Yes. So our goal is going to, our easy, we're going to have two goals. We have easy goal, we have hard goal. Easy goal, I don't want to oversell it, but easy goal, I think, is top 10. We'll see. For the 3D Mark Hall of Fame for Port Royal. And the harder goal is going to be maybe like top 5, top 3. We'll see where we land. But top 10, I'd be really happy with that. And Joe and I are going to take some turns with overclocking. I'll probably start with the easier clocks, and then Joe, who has more experience and skill with it, is going to push for the actual record entries at the end.
Yeah, because with this type of card, we're not going to be going full pot temperatures. We don't really have all the BIOS and mods done. Technically, we don't even know if the mods work. So.
Right.
So going through, you're going to end up having to have poor skills. So we're going to see how good Steve can do it, you know?
Yeah.
Because most people just end up going really like minus 196 and then just walk
It
away.
doesn't
Like,
work.
remember what Bill was talking? I think
Yeah.
Bill was talking on stream. He's like, "Yeah, I believe fill it up and then just leave." You know, like
Fill it up, go get
not
coffee.
with this setup. Yeah, you can't do that with this setup. This setup needs constant attention, I guess you can say.
Yeah. Okay,
I don't know if that's
so
gonna cause an issue.
Joe's just getting the heater on right now. I'll explain some of this stuff.
Well, I can explain now.
Okay,
well,
sure.
One of the things I noticed when I first pulled down the card in cold is that past maybe like minus 80. So when you started getting colder than minus 80, the memory started really flaking out. You started getting what did you call it the other day? The,
Memory artifacting?
Yeah, but
Space
was
invaders?
Space invaders.
Yeah.
Basically, we were getting space invaders all over. So one of the things to combat that is to try to keep the memory hot at the same time. So we're going to end up using the KP CPU heater. And the only reason why we're using the CPU heater is because we're kind of rigging it.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out how we can get it on without doing too much of, I don't know, finagling, I guess.
Right, yeah.
I guess you could say.
That's
But
accurate. Oh, and I should, someone was asking about the scores. So there's a couple sets of scores on 3D Mark's Hall of Fame. Single card, yes. Top 10 for single card to answer that question. Dual card, we're not going to, I don't know what the top 10 is for that, but we're not going to get into dual card territory because
No, even the single card right now is topping out about
36K.
No, single card is just over.
Oh, single
just
card.
over 30.
Single card is 30K.
Yeah, we're not going to get 6,000 points
Yeah.
just by pushing it that much.
Dual card is about 36K, and those are all 3090s. And remember,
Do you have another pad?
large one?
Anything that size. Because now that we had some issues with mounting yesterday with these little. So what happens is with the tie downs, it kind of gets in the way of me being able to put the heater and mounting the heater so that way it's sandwiched there to heat it up. So
I have the one for the that one. It's a
yeah,
little,
we'll just throw it on.
little thinner though.
I'm gonna put holes on it though. Yeah, this is the KP GPU heater.
Yeah, but it doesn't fit.
The
'cause
problem is you gotta drill holes. We
Yeah.
didn't really want to mess with that, so you can take those. What we'll do is try to limit the amount of holes we create here. This should work
Ooh,
fine.
that's pretty good. Yeah. So what he's doing here is just getting the heater on the back of the card. If you're wondering, Joe was kind of explaining this, but just to go over again, if you're wondering, why would you pour LN2 to bring the temperature down and then intentionally shove heat into the back?
I know, it seems counterintuitive, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but it's to keep the memory warmer. So the GPU likes cold a lot, but the memory, it really gets buggy if you bring it down too cold, and it kills the run. So really interesting balance of problems.
yeah, actually, we should have done that yesterday.
That looks great. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have to sandwich it too much now.
Yeah. That looks really good.
Yeah, should have thought about that yesterday.
Just reading the chats. GN Space Invaders t-shirt when? We actually have one. It's from the 20 series RTX cards where they had that really bad Space Invaders artifacting issue when they first launched, and the front of the shirt is like all the artifacting icons. It's really cool. I think they're out of stock right now, but I just placed an order, so.
That's awesome. I better get one of those.
Yeah, and I should, while you're setting that up, I'm gonna do a quick promo on our coasters here. I just gave Joe.
Dude, those coasters are cool. I was really excited when I saw those.
They're so sick.
Those are cool gear, man.
I was really excited about these. This one I like a lot. So we have a pack of 4 coasters on store.gamersnexus.net. I'm going to shout out some of the orders that come in today, and we'll just shout them out random as I see them. But if you buy one during the stream, you might hear your order shouted out. So that's on the store. It helps directly fund our work. I mean, everything for like the testing to just days of Andrew's time filming all the behind the scenes of the stuff Joe and I are doing. And there's 4 designs. Each pack comes with one of the 4. So you'll get a RAM coaster, you get the SSD coaster, you get the older GN logo minimalist design, and you get this one in the 4-pack.
I think they're all awesome. You should. Which one's your favorite? I'm
Yeah, let us know
curious.
in chat.
I kind of like the GN one, but like they're all kind of really cool in their own way.
That one I like a lot. So Andrew did most of these pretty, like 3 out of 4 basically entirely on his own. This is the only one I kind of contributed like some more significant design elements to, because this is the stuff we work with, you know? Like, this is what we stare at all day. So
no, it's really cool. I think these are really well designed. I think if you get them in your hands, you'll see the quality. They're really, really, really cool.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I really like them.
And this is
That's why you better give me some.
Yeah, this is your pack.
No, I actually, when I saw them, I was like, oh, man, those are cool. You got to give me some of them. So, but they're even better in person is basically
Do you ship
what
to
I'm
the UK?
saying. So.
Yes, we ship worldwide. A lot of people saying they bought them. Thank you very much for that, because you get something awesome in return, and you're supporting us. So,
yeah.
Okay. You want to get the card on there? I'm ready to go.
Oh, now you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah. So we ended up just you can see we put the heater on. I'm just strapping it like that. We're gonna end up probably using some what are those things called? Those clamps. Yeah. Duh. We're gonna probably put some clamps on it too to try to make sure the heater's all the way over. That's probably about good enough. But yeah. Let's mount the puppy up.
Someone says website needs an overhaul. Looks like 2008. You're talking about the article website, which is not really used right now. So, and that's because I built it in 2008 when the company started. So good call. Store.gamersaccess.net is where you get the coasters. That is the newer of the websites. Old one I really want to work on it and get articles going, but it's just it's time, man. It's a lot of
work.
I'm maxed out. Yeah.
People don't realize how much work is actually putting into producing and doing all the stuff you do.
Just the videos in general, yeah, it's a lot. So right now he's propping up the heavy part of the card with all these.
You're talking about it's the Leaning Tower of Pisa right there.
It is, with all the shop towels. So that just prevents any damage to it. It also helps keep contact with the PCIe.
Yeah, and the PCIe, you want to be careful. You want to try to keep it as straight as possible. A little bit of gangster lean isn't so bad. But
Do you already have the cable, the adapter?
yeah, everything's just attached.
Okay.
So I have them all attached. That way you don't have to do it. And just plug in one. But yeah, I'm just trying to get a lot of the times with this type of pot, you're going to have a lot of condensation on the side. So a lot of this is to kind of catch any of that so it doesn't fall and rest on the motherboard itself. So, yeah. I got the heater going. I'm going to probably put one more paper towel and then we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, this is...
Should get a paper towel sponsor.
I know, we've talked about that. I do
For
actually...
all the blue paper towels.
It'd be cool because it's no conflict. It's like...
Yeah.
Not computer hardware, so there's no conflict with the reviews. And we do use a lot of shop towel.
But you can reuse too. That's what's special. They're like way better than the standard paper towel.
Yeah.
You can like get it wet and then dry it off and then use it again.
Yeah.
You don't just throw it out, you know. I think yeah.
Adapter.
All we have to do is adapt the power and we're good. There we go. Oh, actually, I want to put 2 more paper towels.
And I'm going to point this out as well. So Joe has got the daisy chain connector hooked up. I want to explain this. First of all, for the 4-cable adapter, NVIDIA's adapter is only looking for the presence of 4 cables. It doesn't know if they are, or at least it doesn't act differently if they're daisy chained.
Yeah, basically, we still got the whole full, like, you'll see when you just connect, was it 2 of them?
One you drop to 100%. And
yeah, then when you connect all of them, it was actually still going up to 133.
Yeah, and so as far as like safety of the cables, can the cables handle it? Answer is yes. Joe is using a modified power supply for extreme overclocking specifically as well, and it all comes down to wire gauge. And this particular setup can handle it. So that's not going to be a problem for us.
I can just get over here. And you just want to make sure that we don't get any condensation from the pot. I know it probably looks ugly, but
that's all right.
It's to catch any of the water.
Do you care which display port you're using?
I was using the second one down.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't really. I don't think it will matter though.
Oh, it's in the first one. So
I haven't tried each one, so
yeah.
if it fails, it's Steve's fault. Just saying.
First should be fine.
I'm just kidding.
But we'll see. Now there's pressure on that cable, so
I don't know how we're gonna do this one. So you can see. I need to be able to see. But yeah. So yeah, we're ready to boot, but all ready to go, my friend.
All right. So we're ready to go. I think you've got Afterburner on here for the software. I'm going to move some of this stuff so Andrew can see the screen. And
take some of this over here. We don't need some of the Vaseline. We could take all.
The torch will probably get used.
Oh, this is what we forgot. We could put this on now. Make the setup even uglier, but
What is it? The clamps.
yeah. I think we're gonna have to move this over.
Whoa! I heard a fan.
Yeah.
What power supply is that? It's a modified.
It's basically a prototype of the 1600i.
Yeah.
Basically, it's probably the first 1600i. It was given to me by John Garreau from Corsair.
Yeah.
Basically, before they came out at CES, and I've been overclocking with it for a couple of years now. So
We've got 2 questions I'll take really quick. One of them is what happened to the Newegg RTX 4090 weights story. So we have an update for it, but it's in our next hardware news episode, so I'll leave it for that episode to talk about. And then for the other question, why not using the 13,000 series? So 7950X was actually doing everything we needed for clocking because Port Royal is so GPU bound. It's an RT it's a ray tracing workload. So the CPU, although it matters, there's kind of a limit to how much it matters. And the 7950X is working really well for us, so we're sticking with it.
cannot see with that light.
Plus, you can see which light's bothering you. This one. Plus, you can see the.
Oh, so much better. Like I couldn't even see.
Joe's not even on LN2 for the CPU because it doesn't really need it. So.
Yeah, we actually tried. So one of the things is I wanted to see how much CPU mattered. So this chip is actually really, really good. I got lucky by the what's it called, the overclocking gods, because yeah, it's just a reviewer sample, and they're not really pre-binned for like overclocking. So
right.
This ended up being like a 6.5 gigahertz Cinebench chip. So on my channel, I'm going to be going through and kind of showing you off all that in the future. So make sure you subscribe to my channel and check that out.
Link below if you want to see it.
Because we're going to be going over all the AMD lineup, basically all the chips. They sent me probably about 4 chips to go over. This is one of them, the 7950X, and it's a good chip, so there's going to be a bunch of good info on it. So and if you want to see a bunch of that, make sure you subscribe.
Can I do an initial run of just kind of stock with the power offset?
Sure.
And then I'll pass it off to you.
Yeah.
So
pick what you want.
You already got the CPU, the board set up the way you want?
Yeah, the board's just booting into what it needs to be. You can push it up a little bit, but just...
So, a couple things with this. First of all, the voltage slider actually does do something. We were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, that was the first thing I checked.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is full stock run. We're going to get some LN2 in there, just to keep it cool. But I'm going to do a full stock run to give everyone a baseline for what we're going to hit. And then we'll get it cold, so it doesn't have the cooler on it, so we do have to get it cold, but not too cold. Joe's going to be the one to bring it down low. What do you want to run it at, like minus 10?
Anything. I
don't know about anything.
No, like just as long as you bring it cold. 0 should be fine.
Yeah.
Or anywhere around 0.
So we'll run around 0 for this, and then we'll let Joe bring it down much lower.
What'd you clock for?
Just nothing. Full stock. Yeah.
I don't think I even did that.
No, and that's why I want to.
So I'm really curious. Yeah.
So I'm gonna hit run while it's at about 9 degrees Celsius on the LN2 pot. That means the GPU itself, there's gonna be a bit of a delta there. Where's GPU temp? You see it?
Should be up at the top.
It's off the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
So about 9, 10.
So it's 10 versus 3.
From what I found out, it's about a 7-degree delta for a decent amount. So.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. So the reason we have to do this is because that GPU sensor is going to stop sensing soon because it's getting too cold.
Yeah, it looks like minus 33 is the when it stops working.
I'm just going to hold it at minus 10. So we got the meter right there on the table. I don't know how visible that is to the camera, but
it's pretty good.
Yeah. So minus 8, and now it's going to start fighting me. It'll start trying to climb because it's running. And we've got 550 watts total system power. We've got the kilowatt on the table for a quick reference of power consumption. Joe, do you want to talk about the secret of pouring technique?
The secret of pouring, well, since this pot is super fast, you just want to kind of drip it a little bit. You just go like kind of if you had it like a beat, just go.
Right. Especially once you're actually.
Yeah, when it's easier to show when we start getting into like the really powerful, so when we start bumping up the clocks, you'll start seeing where the pot really starts fighting you.
Right.
So then it kind of gives you an idea on how much you need to pour. And you can keep it in within 1 degree if you're really
if you're good.
Yeah.
Like Joe is. I like this comment said overclocking goes better with Taco Bell. And
I don't know.
what I have to say about that is we want this to be a 3-hour stream.
Yeah, that'd be like a 10-minute stream. Where did Taco Bell come from?
I don't know. It's just chat. It's what they do.
I know. They always throw us these little curveballs. But it's really enjoyable, so keep it up.
Yeah. Keeps it interesting. So this is, for anyone just tuning in now, this is full stock. We're going to set a baseline. Then I'm going to bring up the power target. And Joe is going to take over for the heavier overclocks for world record attempts. Where do you normally stop pouring on the next scene? This one?
You can. It's going to end up stopping. What you want to do is pay attention to the frames at the bottom.
Right.
Usually, I don't know what it is at stock that it's going to run at. Probably almost 13,000. So.
Yeah, so this benchmark counts the frames as part of the scoring because more frames per second, so more frames.
Yeah, the higher the frames, the higher the score.
So there's baseline with LN2, mind you. So this is cold-ish.
But that's stock. So no.
Stock, no OC. It's picking up a frequency about 2760 megahertz. So 2.7 gigahertz GPU clock. And memory's not overclocked at all. So let me just look at OBS. Okay, that's showing up pretty okay. Let me see. Is that any better or worse, Andrew? Okay. So that's about what we're getting for the frequency. Now, 25,941 points is pretty low because we're going to be shooting for closer to 29K. And that's our baseline. I'm going to do another run here. All I'm going to do is increase the power limit, and we'll see if it changes at all. Let's just max this out too. So core voltage is a percent slider. It really, to me, this is basically binary. It's either on or off.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem worth playing with anywhere else.
Well, to really test it, you need to solder to some points and really kind of go and check it.
Right. And it does, we have noticed it does have an effect. It tends to hold frequency about 15 to maybe 30 megahertz higher. I think you saw 60 yesterday.
Yeah.
Just depends on your base frequency.
And how cold you are, too.
Right.
At what temps you are. There's a lot of weird stuff that's going on with the temp stuff. So.
Yeah. For the offsets, too. So a lot of people talk on forums and stuff about how much power percent offset is one card versus another. Since it's a percent, just remember that it's calculated against some baseline.
Yeah.
So this card with 133% goes close to 660 watts, full power through the slot and the cables. Other cards, if they're a higher power target, say 500 watt VBIOS, which we don't have one of those right now.
Nope.
If you had the same percentage offset, it'd go higher. But
yeah, I don't even think it really, if we had a higher percentage, it probably wouldn't help us so much. It almost looks like more of a voltage issue.
It's a voltage issue, yeah. For sure. Because you were only using 110% TDP the other day.
Yeah, and that was pretty high clocks.
So now it's running a little bit warmer. Actually, you can see it on the kilowatt. We're at 600 something watts right now, total system draw. So I'm just copying Joe doing these smaller pours. And I'm holding about -10.
Yeah, it's not bad. You're doing a good job. Now you want to try with the big one?
the larger thermos?
Yeah, that's the one I usually use.
I don't have. I think my hand would be
you gotta have the monster hands
shaking.
for it.
Yeah.
No, that's why these ones are actually, it's so much better, the smaller one, because then you can do more of an accurate pour.
These are nice. I mean, I wish Corsair would sort of bring back their XOC stuff they were doing.
Yeah, that was the elite ones from years ago.
Yeah.
I think I have a couple at the shop. At
You
the
gave
Slack
me these.
factory. Yeah, I know I gave you that one, but I know I have a couple extra.
You saw me trying to pour the larger ones, and you were like,
yeah,
I gotta help this guy.
I mean, it depends on what you're benching, though. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're doing something that's full pot where you just set it and forget it kind of type thing,
yeah,
it's easy.
That's the thing, too. So, I mean, I'm kind of joking about the weight, but really what it actually is the nozzle size, where since I haven't done this as many years as Joe, I don't have quite the accuracy, and so with the larger nozzles, I tend to miss.
Yeah,
and get a lot of it around the board.
And when you're in the excitement of everything going on too, it's kind of you want to try to be, you want it to be a little bit easier
and accurate.
Yeah, it can be a little strenuous, I guess you could say.
So that was I don't know, at least 500 points, maybe 1,000, because we're at 25,900 or something. I don't remember.
So probably 600
points, something like that. So that's with just doing the power offset and the voltage. Joe, I'm gonna let you take over for the next one.
I think that was around the highest we were getting with the old BIOS. So make sure,
Yes.
like, if you have an AMD setup and you have a 4090, seriously update your BIOS. Like, I'm not even joking. Like,
yeah, they have it.
This was like our base score, like our top score when we were overclocking. So you
Overclocked,
could see, yeah. So like,
and this is stock.
this
now,
is stock
so
now,
more or
so-
less. It's power offset,
yeah.
but it's
So
still
if you're
stock.
having a performance issue, make sure you update your BIOS.
Right.
For real.
Okay, so while Joe's getting the next one running, let me read some of the chats here. So, couple quick super chats. We're not reading them all today. It says that in the description, but I'm going to hit a few of them every now and then. So, GTB 500 says, I'm looking to get a 13900K. Which Z690 board should I get for good amounts of NVMe space and high-speed memory? That's going to depend more than NVMe on the drives you buy, of course. I mean, more M.2 slots, more better, I guess, for that. So the user says, don't need to do any overclocking. Almost unfortunately, if you want high-speed memory specifically, the board you buy, it's going to have a bunch of OC features anyway. They don't really decouple them. So you're going to end up with those features even if you don't use them. To answer the question more specifically, we've liked working with the Z690 Maximus Hero a lot. It had some issues initially with like the backwards cap thing, but we've used that one. We've used the Strix Z690E Gaming, which has actually been really good for non-OC use. I think you're not a big fan of that because it doesn't have like the power button and.
Yeah, I think every board should just have a postcode reader and a power button. Anyone that doesn't, I don't buy or I don't get because it just frustrates me because when you're going to troubleshoot or overclock a system, like if you want to overclock memory, you need a postcode reader.
Right.
Like you can't, like, there's no way around it. Like it's too difficult. Unless you have a post card, I mean, you could put a card in there too. That would be doing. But I feel like if you're going to have a decent board, you're going to try to overclock with, you have to have at least a power button.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, come on.
I agree. And the postcode, I do think, should be on most boards. I understand for cost, at some point, you're on a $100 board, sure, get rid of it. What, did you crash already?
I guess.
What'd you do?
I don't know.
I walk away from it for like 2 minutes and
We're
you're
like,
crashing
what
it?
did you do?
What did I do? It was working great when I was using it.
Oh, we had a hard stop here, too. Of course, the first run I touch it.
Yeah. What'd you do for the clocks?
Just plus 175.
Oh, so that shouldn't have done it.
No.
So it's either,
It might not have been cold enough.
Yeah,
but-
temp.
Yeah, temp's a little weird on this. You got to figure we're working with like no BIOS, with barely any mods. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the background that's fighting us. So,
Do you want to answer this? This one is an interesting question about LN2. The answer is going to be no, but you can explain why. Can you use a valve and a hose to put LN2 directly into the pot? Would it be easier to manage and regulate?
technically Vince did that a bunch.
You
right?
can,
You can,
yeah.
but the setup is painful. Like, actually, he's not the only one that did it. There was another guy that did it, and I was actually helping him out quite a bit. But the setup of it it's worse than a water cooling system, and you got to make sure it's all accurate and like just mounting it, the weight,
too.
the insulation.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot to it where you can just throw a pot on it and just bench by the time like you try to even get everything set up.
Well, and also like the hoses are expensive too. So to do a longer run, like this is a 4-foot transfer hose. I think I spent about $100 a foot on this, like $400.
Yeah, they're not cheap. That's the other thing too. The valves, you need actually special valves for it. You need to and all those. It gets way more expensive like as you go.
And if it's a rigid setup, then you can't really maneuver the system underneath it. It's got to be in a fixed spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been done. It's interesting. It's just not easier for us.
Yeah, I mean, I could just take one small copper pot and then pour liquid nitrogen on it, and it's much easier. And the other thing is if you need some type of setup like that, you kind of need a big tank like that.
That's true, too.
And trying to put the tank everywhere is not the easiest, you know?
Yeah, there's like certain fire code limitations.
Yeah, like you can't really just, hey, I'm just going to put a big one tank in my living room and start benching with it. It just doesn't work
I mean, you
that way.
can.
Well, I probably would, but
Yeah,
it's just not. It just makes it way. I don't know. I guess I'm a lazy bencher where I could just want to throw a pot on it. It's just easier.
I did like though when Vince, we had a couple videos with Kingpin a few years ago, where anyone who watched it may remember he was on crutches for a little bit because he had an injury, and because of the amount of time he had trouble walking, he fully recovered and everything. But when he was on the crutches for a while, he actually engineered a pour station where he hooked up all these, exactly what this user's talking about, all these valves and stuff, and ran the LN2 so that he could sit and recline in his chair, pull like a bar tap, and pour into the thermos. So he wouldn't do it straight into the pot, but he'd do it into the thermos.
Yep.
And he'd take that and he'd stay seated and just keep pouring. It's like, man, talk about breeding innovation through like inconvenience, or basically, it's pretty impressive.
Well, the one thing he had that I thought was cool was like he had, I don't remember the one Computex when he brought that
Roboclocker?
the Roboclocker, where you just hit a button and it shoots the liquid nitrogen into it. It was really cool.
That was super cool.
Yeah, like I think I did another video with another guy on it where we were like Roboclocker versus the regular one, and where
like
he did
man versus machine.
Yeah,
basically.
it was really fun actually.
Yeah. Roboclocker had this cool setup where it had two of those giant LN2 tanks like we have back there, one on each side, and one was like a capture and return, and the other was the source, and they would feed each other. It was crazy.
I think one of the nicest things with it was that like it was like you wouldn't waste actually much of the liquid nitrogen because you would actually catch it in the other tank.
Yeah.
So you're kind of like
recycling
it's
it.
super efficient, like to the point where you probably wouldn't have to. We're wasting obviously a lot, but.
Roboclocker, let's see. So we did a video on this. I'll share it in the chat or something. I don't know which one's going to be better to share. We had one where he was pushing clocks and one where I just overviewed it. I'm going to share this link in chat. Don't go away, though. Just open it for later in a new tab or something. So there's one of them, and then the other one is this one. All right. So what are we running for clocks right now?
Plus 175. I don't know. We're gonna have to check at the end of the run exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Because you know with cold it fluctuates the clock temp.
And then let's look at the Andrew. Let's get a shot of the kilowatt if you don't mind.
Because we're running about -40. I've been keeping it pretty hard there.
So the bench just ended. Sorry, but we can at least. Oh yeah, we'll show it next run. I think it was
next run. Yeah. So we're at 20. I think we just beat Jay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 28,390, so this is
Oops. I don't think we were trying to yet.
no, this is about 30.
He's at 28,361.
Yeah, we beat him by like 29 points.
Sorry, Jay.
Rip Jay!
Sorry.
Sorry, Jay, you got to go down on the leaderboard a little bit.
Yeah. Oops. I don't think we meant to do that yet, but that's all right. Maybe Jay will jump back in there.
Hey, come on, Jay, we miss you. You got to bench again, brother.
Yeah, you gotta get the LN2 out.
All right.
He could probably do this with the air conditioner. Like he'd probably get pretty close.
That's probably what he did in that. If you look at his temps, it's probably an AC unit, which is always fun to do.
That guy pours like a barista. It is kind of like a bartender skill, you know, like the.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where like.
That's what I was saying on the last stream, I think, or this one. I think it was yesterday. I was talking about how I'd be a horrible bartender because I always overpour into these LN2 pots, and then I have to get the torch out, which you probably shouldn't do that part in bartending, but might make it cool. I don't know.
Yeah, I should have been a bartender. Not really.
Overclocker.
Actually, I always wanted to. No joke. Yeah, I don't know. I like.
You'd be good at it.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to people, so it's kind of one of those things where you get to give them drinks, pour, and
they'll do stuff with LN2. What'd you crash? Crash or still running?
No, system.
GPU?
No, it might be CPU actually.
Let's see what the
because I'm not getting that cold yet, so.
chat's saying, like, rip J, rip J, rip J.
I've had a feeling that would come up.
Yeah.
Gotta have fun with Jay a little bit. Jay was benching without LN2 though.
That's true. That's what chat's saying.
Jeez. Can't get a break.
Yeah, you just, what were you even at? Were you at -40 for that?
Yeah, just nothing really crazy. I could run that at much higher. I think I was running, I was running that on air too. So even if.
Yeah.
I mean, we probably got a little bit of the cold scale on there where it probably peaked a little bit, but that's the same clocks that I was running before I even started.
Why don't you guys OC the 6900 XT? Because the 4090 is new. And that's the one that's going to get to the top of Port Royal.
Yeah, the 6900 XT, I mean, it is a great card, don't get me wrong, but it's not at the 4090 level for Port Royal. So,
maybe 7,000, we'll see. But
I'm hoping I'm kind of excited that maybe AMD comes out with something cool.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We might be doing that one time. I don't know.
Yeah.
You never know.
I hope so. I mean, I hope RDNA 3 is good for OC. Cause
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, because I mean, that was like one of my favorite cards too, the 6900
Yeah.
XT. Like I have one.
Really good at rasterization, like 1080p and stuff.
Maybe we got too much gangster lean, I think.
On the card? Yeah.
Do you see it's starting to fall over to the side?
So, yeah, if it's leaning too much, the system will shut off because, like Joe's saying, it's basically, it's a PCIe slot contact issue.
You got to be careful touching the pot because it's so cold, you'll burn your hand.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll put a paper towel on here. I think with all this stuff here, it's kind of, we just need to push it out.
Watch your thermocouple.
Ah, it's okay. It's in there.
So, let's see. That score, what was it, like 28,390 or something?
Yeah, 390.
Chat can help me out remembering it. I think it was
so funny. I'm the same way.
I think it was
It's like
28.
it was something like that.
Yeah.
We just ran, but I don't remember what
I
it
think it was
is.
28,390, but let us know in chat.
Yeah, it was
So we
28,390 because it was like 27 points.
PJ's score on Port Royal. Check it out.
It's always during stream days we get the funny things that happen.
Yeah. But I mean, you still got a great starting run in, so this is a good. I think we've got some high scores coming up as soon as you get it stable. So where does that put us? 28,390 puts your score at. So Jay's at 54.
We're top 50.
Yeah, that puts you at 49. You're 2 points ahead of the person who was 49. We haven't uploaded these scores yet either, by the way, so you won't see it there yet. But if anyone wants to check out, I'm going to link in chat the Hall of Fame. 28,390, thank you, chat. I'm going to link the Hall of Fame. So anyone who wants to kind of follow along, click that link to the 3D Mark website, and hopefully they don't crash, and you can check out where we are.
I think we made it crash last time. Yeah.
You can click Port Royal, single GPU. It should already be pre-selected for you. All right, let's see. Read one of these super chats. So Indrajit Singh, good to see you back, says, thank you for arranging a stream that works for your audience across the pond. Yeah, we did stream earlier today, so it's I think this tends to be a pretty fun time to stream too, before we get too tired. Yeah. Let me do. You just trying to get it? It looks
Just
like
a boot.
It looks like it's booting.
I wondered about the display port being in the first one versus the second one.
Oh, you're gonna blame me now?
No, I'm just curious, to be honest, like, because that's the only thing that's different.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible if it's like.
But it was freezing at 97. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it might be the first one's not a little hokey.
It might be to do with cold. You know, sometimes.
Interesting. Yeah, you never know. I mean, I was just doing one, and I always kept it in the same. There's so many things to test. Like we're doing quick testing here. This isn't like.
Validation.
Yeah, this is more of like we're just trying to get you to do a show. You know, it's kind of.
Yeah, so he switched the DisplayPort cable and it's working better now. Sometimes you see that happen with like Joe. I'm sure you've seen it, but like if you LN2OC a CPU, the I/O starts acting really strange.
Yeah.
Because it starts freezing. So.
You get some funky issues on cold. Properties change a lot on cold, you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Like even with pastes and like just glues and stuff, like
glues die.
Yeah, like dude, there used to be some guys that used to use glue instead of paste, and he would freeze it.
Yeah,
it would actually work.
You use a thermal adhesive, but
I don't know. It's
that
just
stuff that's a little scary because
yeah, you get it on you and then.
Well, just like it rips. It tends to rip parts off depending on how big they are. You know, like. Thermal adhesive on small components, if you're not careful removing it, it'll rip it off. You got a couple store orders I'll shout out. First one from Andrew in New York, picked up the brand new coaster packs. Thank you for picking those up. Those are the ones, that's this pack here on the table.
You're going to enjoy them. They're pretty cool, man. When you see them in person, they're pretty awesome.
Yeah, and the detail is really crazy. Like, I don't know
Yeah.
if that camera can probably see it, but there's this like really tiny pinhole in the bottom of the RAM, and that is actually on memory, and the reason it's there is part of the lock for the latch, so we were able to even get that in there. And then like we've got the button, power and reset, the 7-segment display on the motherboard down here, and that stuff came out really nice too. And plus, this is actually, I don't know if we told you, this is 2 scale for an AMD CPU.
Yeah. I remember when I think I saw it on the video where you put the CPU right in the middle.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And these SATA connectors are really cool on the edge of the SATA coaster, where those are to scale as well. So someone asked earlier if they 3D printed. No, they are a soft PVC. They're like basically a rubberized material. So really flexible, really easy to clean. Okay, and also higher quality and durability. Next model shout out is Jesus in California picked one up. Thank you. You get 2 more while you're running that.
And now it's actually running.
Yeah, it looks good. Mark in the
So
UK.
strange.
Thank you, Mark. Let's do 1 more for now. And Dennis in Massachusetts. Thank you for picking those up. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net if anyone else wants to grab them. We've got a lot in stock and shipping now, so they are not they're not back ordered or anything. This looks really clean, this run.
Yeah, it's basically the same clocks we were using before. I just want to make sure everything's running good.
Right.
Because it's really strange. And it might have to do with that first thought. Of course, you had to go sabotage me. Huh?
I mean, if that's the solution, I'm happy with that. 'Cause that's a really easy solution.
It's expected at this point. Did you take down my sign?
Did I? Oh, God.
Joe Rolls, Steve
You
Drools.
suck.
It's always fun to play around.
Let this guy in the studio like unattended for 1 minute.
That's what
He
happens.
starts
You gotta
vandalizing
put the
it.
cameras on me. Oh, look at that. 28,415.
Wow. Okay. All right. So you're already
Moving on up.
above. Where does that put us? Let me check the leaderboard.
Let me go back in memory down.
28,415. So for walk us through your settings you used for that one.
175 on plus 175 on core, and then 1500 on mem. I'm backing
For the
down in memory a
previous
little
one.
bit.
Let me check.
That was the previous one.
Let me grab the mouse.
Oh,
for a
you want to
second.
add here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so about 3030.
Okay, so over 3 gigahertz on the GPU, which is kind of crazy.
It's crazy that we're seeing 3 gigahertz, like legit 3 gigahertz.
Yeah.
Not like they used to use GPU pi, and it's like, no, that don't count.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, you'd be doing like 3500 right now.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, we're at a point now where like the base clock of some CPUs is the same as.
It's crazy
This
times,
GPU
crazy
clock.
times.
So 3030 megahertz. What's the other number we have in there? Do we have mem clock with the actual mem clock?
I don't know if it's in here, right?
It's like 13. Oh, sorry. Too cold.
Shouldn't be, but now we might have a decent mount now. We were fighting with mounts the past couple days,
Yeah.
so like,
Oh, that's true.
yeah, it could be that we have a really good mount, so now our temps are kind of
Yeah.
interesting. So the temperature from the pot to the GPU is
You wanna
actually a lot
heat it?
better.
See if you can save it or just let it
No, I don't know. It's already rebooting.
rebooting. So for, what was that score? 28,415? Is that what you were?
It was in the 400 something.
All right, chat's going to have to let us know. Okay. So 28,415 puts you at 45th place. So you're well into the top 50 now.
Moving on up.
And Jay's at 54th. So our next target in terms of YouTubers is probably BPS Customs. And he's at 18th, 28,977.
Pretty nice score.
This is very good.
I think processor helps though too, because he's probably having.
He's on a X3D
Yeah, from what
cache.
Yeah, the cache is doing him well over there. Doing around 3,100 on
His
the GPU
clock,
core.
so his GPU clock for that. This is cool about the 3D Mark Hall of Fame. It tells
Nope,
you
97
the
again,
bugging out.
which is strange. I haven't seen this the whole time.
Try what if you try without the heater?
I don't think the heater would be it.
Yeah, well, not for a boot, but I'm just thinking like, I don't know if it's the
No,
numbers.
because
So GPU Hall of Fame.
keep the heater.
The Hall of Fame stuff's cool because it tells you the clock that someone else ran, so you can kind of figure out how efficient are your scores. Like if your clock is at 3,100 and someone else's is at 3,100, but they're way ahead of you or something, that helps you identify, okay, maybe I've got a problem in my setup, which is how we found out that this BIOS hadn't been updated. Because we were looking at the clocks and the scores like, we're running the same stuff as these people with 2,000 points higher.
Yeah.
And
I went through everything too, like drivers, like not just drivers, but testing memory, testing the CPU. I had the CPU up to 6.4 at one point to see, like, I was getting like maybe like 30 points, 40 points.
Yeah, yeah, and that's when I came in at some point and sat down, and I was like, oh, wait.
Oh, wait, do you have the newest BIOS? And I was like, to be honest, I've actually gone through like 5 of those BIOSes just last week, so.
Yeah.
They must have just they snuck a BIOS up there that I didn't even realize. Because I think I was on 1.08, and they had just come out with 1.09, because actually 1.08 had a bunch of bugs in it.
Someone says it crashed as soon as it spilled on the motherboard. But I mean, it wouldn't do that. Because, yeah, it's not water yet, so. Also, you've got it insulated. I don't know how much you insulated it, but.
No, there's just VAS all over the card. So the motherboard, there's VAS all over the motherboard too. It has nothing to do with that.
Could be in the socket, in the PCIe slot.
Not really. I mean, we did this all yesterday.
Yeah.
And
you applied more VAS though, right?
yeah, but that shouldn't do anything.
Okay. Yeah.
Vaseline in the PCIe slots doesn't really do much. It actually helps, to be honest. In MEM slots, it's the opposite effect, where it actually starts messing with the frequency and the signal.
A lot more pins, yeah.
Yeah, with on the PCIe side, I used to put a bunch of Vaseline in there. So.
Inderjeet Singh says, this is for Joe.
That's a great line.
As a motorcycle, you read the chat already?
Yeah, as a motorcycle rider, what do you recommend as a fellow bearded rider to keep said beard in check when riding? I just let mine flow, bro.
Does it ever hit you in the face and blind you?
Bro, it goes like this. I'll have to do some video sometime, because it flies in the wind, man. It's kind of glorious.
I ever read about like Florida man wrecks motorcycle with beard and face at some point. You're gonna be driving around with it, blinding you. What? Frozen?
I'm not sure.
Boot cycling?
I'm not sure. We're gonna have to heat up, and I'm gonna have to break down. Unfortunately, this is not what I expected.
No, we're gonna keep going. We're just gonna reset the LN2 pot.
We're just gonna read.
This is cool content anyway, though, because it'll show you. Joe is really fast at getting this stuff up and running. And I'll show you, check this out, if we can get a shot of this. You want me to disconnect the clamps?
Yeah, let's do that.
So they don't melt. It's pretty cool to see how it heats up. So we're gonna reset the GPU. Did you mute your mic too? All right. And what he's basically doing is setting it back up again so that right now we're bringing the temperature way up, so he's positive degrees Celsius now. He's at 5. You're gonna pull the card off, and then are you gonna rebuild it? He's gonna rebuild it and remount the LN2 pot.
Yeah, it's acting too funny. So like when you start seeing stuff like this, it's just break down.
Yeah. And you can fix it fast too, so it's always better to just fix it instead of
flushing. If you keep playing around, like that's how you kill stuff.
Yeah.
So like literally, it's time to just break down.
Yeah, and chat was pointing out same thing you were, which is it leaning too much? But you just tried to fix that.
No, that's probably not the issue.
Someone else asking, is it M.2 problems?
That could be. I'm gonna try to fix that, but I didn't touch anything on the M2, so. But that could very well be it too.
I'll get you some more liquid nitrogen.
But what we're gonna do is, to be safe, I mean, we have plenty of paste, so I'm not gonna be like worried about too much.
Do you want some smoke effects while you do it? Like
there you go. There we go. I mean, I can't see anything messed up on the card so far. Maybe a little bit of VAS in the slot, but that's nothing bad. No water.
Should I do the demo, the gloves demo? Why we don't use them while you're doing that?
You should actually.
Because you got a couple minutes on that, and then we'll be back up and running. But I'll do the gloves demo really quick. The usual.
Actually, can you do me one favor and grab me that card?
Which card? The FE?
The stock card, yeah. Because that way I can do some testing.
You gonna use it to prop up the cooler?
No. It's basically just to make sure that everything with the system is working correctly.
I do. PCIe slot's got it looks okay, but
Yeah, but that's
I honestly
not,
do suspect the bass a little bit.
No, it should be fine. I used to put it in the slot like all the time, dude.
So
Like, to the point where it's like ridiculous.
Joe's just swapping basically. You'll actually see how high this card can go if we bother pushing it, but just to see if it runs properly. It'll isolate the issues.
Yeah, I'll do the same like what we just did. You can actually do, you'll see the comparison of using liquid nitrogen versus actual, just running it on air.
Right. So why don't you use gloves? We talk about this every time, but it's worth doing again. So liquid nitrogen is cool where there's this thing called the Leidenfrost effect, and it will basically, as long as it doesn't pool, for the most part, it'll just bead off. And so if you are going to be doing anything with LNT, you should obviously look into it, do exercise safety, all that stuff, but it turns into these little like beads of LN2 and just kind of evaporates off the skin or rolls onto the floor, which is what most of this is. So as it hits the floor, you get that kind of instant evaporation. You can kind of get a little bit more out of there, but it's pretty much instantly goes into the air. But if you let it pool, like in a cupped hand, that's really bad. That's the same as putting your hand on like an oven or something, like it's on a
I had
stove
this one
top.
lady at Computex
You
do
told me
that.
that.
Yeah, like so I told her to put her hand out like this, and when I poured it in her hand, she went like this. And basically it started burning the inside of her hand, and I was like, no, what are you doing? Like, I told you, keep your hand open.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be surprised how something small like that.
So that's the key is not letting it pool. And it's the same where like, if
I
it gets,
usually just say don't soak.
yeah, don't soak is good, yeah. Because if it soaks into like socks or something, I mean, it'll burn. But
I've had that happen a couple of times.
Oh,
where
sure.
where you're just like pouring a bunch of LN2, not paying attention, then you're like tiptoe. I'll usually wear sandals though, because I'm from Florida.
yeah,
That's what we do.
wasting nitrogen. So fun fact, the atmosphere is about like 80% nitrogen.
Was that the cookie line?
Yeah, Cookie talked about that.
Yeah.
I just replied this wasting nitrogen. Like it's not helium, it's nitrogen. I think
liquid helium is stupid.
I think when people say wasting nitrogen, they mean wasting helium, but it's not helium. Yeah, I mean,
people put them in their tires too, nitrogen.
yeah,
so
it's in a
kinda
lot
like,
of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we're good on the nitrogen part. Anyway, that's why we don't wear gloves. The other real reason is that they are, so two things. Joe's talking about don't let it soak. And these gloves, even though they're cryo gloves, they have stitches on them, right, where there's like kind of a weak point in it. And the LN2 can still soak into that.
Yeah, and you'll feel it. It will actually still get your hands.
It's way worse than being bare hands for us.
Yeah.
My opinion, obviously, but way worse for us because if you have your skin touching the inside of this glove and it starts to soak, the glove will attach to your skin. It feels really bad.
It burns. It's pretty much the same feeling as fire. If
Yeah.
you ever like had a hot pan and you touch the hot pan, it's a similar effect. Let's see. I think it's something with the card.
Joe, they want us to close the lid.
Oh my gosh! Why are they so obsessed with that?
I think it's because like one of the first streams I did, I made a comment about like, hey, in chat, let me know if I forget to close the lid.
Oh, okay. No, because I keep
now
on
it's
remember hearing that, and I'm like,
now,
I don't get
now
it.
you can identify who's been around like for years.
That is true.
So this is actually working really well, it looks like.
Yeah, so it looks like there's probably a problem with the card.
This is really good troubleshooting though. You don't even need like another 4090. You could have done this with the lower end card just to
just pop anything in
see
there.
how it behaves, yeah. So this is a good quick test. And then he's gonna remount this pot to it and we'll be able to get another run in. Currently, we are at, let's see. Currently we're at, what were you, 28,415 I think. So 28,415 puts Joe's current high score with the LM2 card before it crashed at 45th. So he's in 45th place on the Hall of Fame for 3D Mark for Port Royal. And that puts us from below top 100 Because my last scores were probably when we worked together on like a, whatever it was, 30 or 20 series. Probably
I
30.
don't remember at that point. It was probably 30 series.
Yeah. So we were like below top 100. Jay is at 54, and BPS is at 18. BPS Customs from YouTube.
Yeah, this will give us an opportunity to check out the mount. So
Well,
we've been fighting with the mount for the past 2 days where we had to cut the actual, yeah, see, 28253.
wow, that's really good for air.
Yeah, we
Check that out.
didn't need liquid nitrogen for that one.
I want to answer this question really quick. Someone said, will the coasters really hold your glass? They look bumpy. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't sell coasters unless we tested them to hold the glass. So the reason they're cool is because of the 3D surface, and we work to level all this stuff, and we place components in like key areas to support glasses. So even though it's got like different levels of depth, like those are deeper down than the other stuff, the whole point is that it's got a good surface for an actual glass, which I'll go.
You know what? I think we just had a really excellent mount.
Guess we're gonna be.
That's the best mount we've had.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh yeah, use an Allen tube thing.
What do you want?
Thank you.
See, that's a dangerous test too. You know, if
Yeah.
that spills, then you're in trouble.
Look,
Works like a charm.
anywhere on it. Anyway, yeah. So that's the answer to that question.
Now I'm highly disappointed that I dismounted this.
Yeah, it's a really good mount.
Look how good that is. So you can tell by the actual. See how it hits all 4 corners?
Yeah.
We were having a problem on this corner right here where it wasn't attaching. And that's probably why we were able to bench so cold yesterday. So now that we have such a good mount, I think we just have to keep the temperature higher.
In other words, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah. It means we can run probably at minus 40 and then get the same clocks that we were getting yesterday at minus 100.
Yeah, I think I remember looking over when it crashed, and you're at about minus 42.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was trying to keep it around minus
Yeah.
40. So. All right, let's clean it up and do it again.
Oh, sorry everyone about the noise. Let's kill that fan.
Yeah. Here, I'm just gonna shut it down anyway. I
I
just wanted to
forgot
make
about
sure
that.
it wasn't the system causing issues.
And just for anyone who's like, oh my god, the FE is loud, we had a 100% fan speed, which will never hit in real use.
Yeah, it's just for overclocking. It's kind of like the old days where what was it, the 4870? I remember
Yeah.
the dual GPU. That thing was, you turned that thing on, it was a jet engine.
Yeah. All right, so we're going for another run here.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to change the temperatures where we were working on because we have a better mount now, which is a good thing, not a bad thing.
All right.
Just means we're gonna have to use the pouring skills.
So we had someone asking about where are we for score? We're at 45th out of the top 100.
Yeah, we're just getting started, so that ain't.
And we're targeting top 10, which is 100% doable now that you know the mount was actually really good.
Yeah, it's just I have to change what temperatures I was working
Yeah.
at. Because before, just to give you a little substance for what we were doing, yesterday I was benching around minus 100 to minus 125. But every time I would take off the pot, we'd be missing like you could tell that it wasn't flat, the pot wasn't flat against the actual chip, and this whole bottom corner, you could tell the paste had never smushed down. So like, now we're probably gonna have to bench about minus 40 to get it done. And remember, we don't have a BIOS or anything like that, so we're just literally just putting liquid nitrogen on a card. And this is not even a bin card, I guess you can say too.
That is correct.
This is just a
well,
FE we took.
Show the GPU silicon for the camera. It says qual sample, right?
I guess it's quality sample.
So
I don't know.
so qual means qualification, and it's actually technically it's like the last. I think that's typically the last run before they go into retail. Which means, if anything, it might be slightly lower quality than retail or about the same.
Gee, thanks, Steve.
You're welcome.
Thanks for setting me up, buddy.
Yeah.
Setting me up for failure. Where's the... Oh, here it is. The red can, too.
So we got a question from Lavishen in the chat. Says, why no liquid metal as a thermal paste? So for this stuff, liquid metal, its thermal conductivity is inverse to its temperature. It's running at basically. So if you have liquid metal and you're trying to drive below zero, it actually performs worse than paste. Liquid metal specifically, as you get colder, and especially as you cross that 0 degree Celsius mark, it might be higher too, but you lose all the efficacy. It basically it acts almost like an insulator at that point. So
I
that's
think
why
Jay found that out originally, right?
I think it's just like, Jay may have published something on it, but materials engineers, I think, found that out.
No,
like
but
Roman,
like,
right?
Well, no, like we kind of all knew about it, but
Yeah.
like I don't think anybody really tested it. Like, but I think Jay actually is the one who did it on camera. And
I
had a
think
bunch
he's
of
the one who
issues.
did it on camera, and then I know Roman, so Der Bauer had the warnings on some of the packaging, like this isn't going to be helpful for LN2, but I don't think he ever showed it not being helpful.
Yeah, I think the only one that showed it was Jay, basically.
Yeah,
kind of.
yeah.
So no, it's just it's one of those things when properties change when you get so cold that it's kind of fascinating that what will happen, you know. Where did that paste go again? Here we go.
There was a comment about.
Did you steal my paste?
No, it's over there.
Where'd it go?
I think.
It might be under my paper towel mess.
I got another one. If you.
Oh no, I put it over here.
Okay.
My fault.
We had a comment. Someone's trying to say, but the coasters wouldn't work for glasses with uneven bottoms, though. I promise you, we tested all this stuff. This is. Well, now we're promoting LaCroix. And you can see the bottom is not even because it's a can. And it's empty, too, by the way. So supported. We did actually test all this. I don't have the red one over here, but yeah, so it actually works just fine. Thank you. But it's not that hard to test compared to what we normally do. Does someone have a link to the leaderboard? Yes, I will share the link to the leaderboard in chat so you all can follow along. Here you go. There's the. I'm gonna link it one more time just so it doesn't get buried in chat.
There we go.
Oh, did you use the CRC on it? Or no, it's just sitting there.
Hmm?
Someone was asking about electronics cleaner.
No, I was using that to clean the pot and stuff. You can use alcohol or that.
I'm going to address
Either one.
this too. This isn't my product, but it's Roman's. It's Der Bauer Thermal Grizzly. Someone says it's called Cryonaut. Sounds like false advertising if it can't go cryo. Cryonaut can go cryo. Cryonaut is a thermal paste that can go sub-zero and is specifically designed for it.
Well, most people do the wrong thing and use Cryonaut on air,
Yeah,
which actually gives you worse
You
clock.
should use Hydronaut for that,
Yes.
or Aeronaut. Conductonaut is the liquid metal. That's the one that shouldn't go cryo.
Yeah.
It doesn't have cryo
Oh, that's
in
what
the
they were
name.
talking about?
Yeah, but they got the names backwards.
Yeah, they mixed it
I
up.
wanted to address it because it's like misinformation is not really. It spreads fast. All right. Let's see. How's any chats, super chats to answer? I'm not going to do all of them today. We'll just do a few. I don't know. This might be interesting for you, Joe. So this user, Clucos, I guess, super chatted in, $5, thank you. Says, if you haven't already, force enable rebar via NVIDIA Inspector. It helped me gain over 700 points on my FE on air. From 27,900 to 28,640.
Problem is trying to get Inspector to work. I'd have to install the .NET framework.
I think we just skip it for today.
Yeah, that's great
Advice, though.
Yeah, great advice.
But I don't want to install .NET on a stream. It's kind of boring.
Yeah, well, the problem is we'd have to set it up to get it to internet, and then we'd have to go.
Yeah.
And great, definitely a great tip, but
Yeah.
it's kind of, on stream, it's kind of difficult to do.
That is a good question, though. In BIOS, you can enable rebar, too, if it's not.
It is.
Oh, it is.
isn't.
Okay.
I think he's saying in the OS where you can go.
Yeah.
Inspector is a utility that we used to use for like setting LOD.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just it requires .NET, and the version, I think we had to do the old version, then you got to download. It's kind of a pain on Windows 11.
I don't know. I must have missed this maybe when you were booting. Joey super chatted in, says, check device manager as MS Basic driver keeps installing. Jay had that issue, and so do I on 2 different platforms.
Well, that's because of the internal GPU. That's why it
Oh, the
displayed up.
IGP.
Yeah, so if you look at it, it's actually a mix of the IGP and. So I noticed that the other day.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't actually affect anything. It's because I didn't want to install the AMD drivers with NVIDIA drivers. Usually bad things, man, bad things.
Yeah. We do have a question. Does the combined forces of your hair and his beard cause static buildup issues? Yeah, that's.
You might have static issues.
We actually were wearing anti-static. We're wearing those wireless ESD bracelets, the ones that just ground you into the
Oblivion.
oblivion. Yeah. They don't work. Just in case anyone doesn't know, that's a joke. All right, so you got to remount it really fast. How do you feel about the mount?
Good. I'm just a little bit worried now because the temperatures of it, like I was saying yesterday, I was benching way colder.
Yeah.
Now I'm not, which is good, but now I got to be very careful with temperatures.
I like this comment's funny too. This is accurate. Joshua in chat says, I like when you first build a computer, you're so careful, you get super clean workspace, and then there's this with no F's given, just stuff everywhere. Yeah, it's accurate. You're like, especially as you've done it a lot. Joe, every time you've come up, you've talked about how, oh, you did the other one first.
Yeah.
You talk about how XOC just leaves a mess everywhere.
Oh, dude, my shop, whenever I get into actually right now, because I was messing with all the AMD 7950X at my shop, and man, it's amazing how much of a mess you get.
Yeah.
It gets my OCD going like crazy too. Because then you're stepping all over each other,
right.
it just becomes a nightmare. It gets crazy fast, but it's pretty much with every overclocker, I feel like.
Jason says ESD is not a myth, though. Yes, we know. We sell products for grounding. So we did a really good video on it.
It really depends on where you live, I feel like.
So cold and dry creates a lot of electrostatic.
Like Vegas in the winter.
Yeah, Vegas, which is relevant because for like a lot of the OC stuff you've done has been in Vegas. It's cold and dry. Also, different components are more sensitive. So like MOSFETs are more sensitive to electrostatic discharge than say like a complete video card. So consumer components these days are built well enough where if you do shock into like a motherboard as it's assembled or a video card as it's assembled, it's probably okay. But as you start tearing stuff down, so there's really cool microscope photos that NASA's published, also some card manufacturers have published, of things like MOSFETs, where they get these giant, at a microscope level, giant craters in them from ESD. So it just depends on the sensitivity of the component. As Joe would say, sometimes they're
too sensitive.
They're too sensitive.
You always got to bring that up. I don't mind. All right, so we got to put the probe in there. There's got to be something.
Let's see the chat. So Joe's almost got it ready to go. Here you go. So earlier we were talking about how LN2 you have to be careful with letting it soak. Don't let it soak. So like into clothing especially.
Yeah, clothing's the worst. It will literally bond to you.
And so this Space Ted sent a question in and said, would you recommend I do LN2 stuff naked or should I wear a hat?
You can go naked.
Not on stream, well, not on YouTube. Maybe some other platform.
Hey, that's YouTube's problem. Just kidding.
It's going to be the next Twitch subcategory.
I know, right?
Liquid nitrogen hot tub stream. There might be some injuries from that one. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's not recommended.
It would be very hot, though. It would burn, literally, like 3rd degree.
That one would get interesting, definitely. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. All right, so we're going to pop the card back in.
Yeah, I'm going to get you some more liquid nitrogen to work with.
Yeah, get it all ready.
Let's see.
So funny. Like, if you compare this to, like, a KP card, it's so tiny.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. Like, to be fair, like, there's a lot of features missing on those FEs that would be nice for this.
Well, and not to hate on NVIDIA, but they tend to block a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like they're not going to put it in.
I mean, I was directly asking them, hey, can we get an unlocked vBIOS? So just so everyone knows, unlocked vBIOS means the power target slider basically goes to infinity or high enough that it doesn't matter.
Well, a lot of there's also sometimes things with OCP, like if you're pulling too much current, they have issues with it. They can shut that off.
Yeah.
Was it OTP, overtemp protection? Sometimes they have that. I don't know, you meant There might be something in here with that too.
There might be some under temperature stuff with this. Like,
yeah, it's kind of one of those things where we don't know. So.
Display port.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah, so I contacted NVIDIA. I was like, hey, we're going to do an LN2 stream. Can we get an unlocked BIOS? And they basically said no. They're like, actually what they said was our partners are going to handle that. So I contacted one of the partners whose card we have, and they said NVIDIA hasn't enabled us to do that. And I said, well, so-and-so from NVIDIA said that you were in contact, and they said, we don't know who that is. And then I introduced them via email, and I haven't heard back. It's like, so-and-so meet other so-and-so from company. Please get us a BIOS.
Definitely looks like nothing's changed.
Yeah. Someone's saying, don't forget the clamps.
Yeah, we should have done that. That could have been an issue too. I'm not trying to go too hard on the clamps.
Oh, this is true too. Someone's asking about features that you get with sort of higher end cards. So one of them is, one of the features is multi-BIOS, where a lot of cards will have two or three.
Yeah, this one don't have it.
Yeah, this one's just only one BIOS, so that's all you get. It's nice as a tool if you accidentally brick the card when you're flashing the BIOS.
Yeah, but I feel like as long as you have a second card, you're good anyway.
You're good, yeah.
So it's kind of, is it really that much of a feature? I don't know. Oh. Let's mess up the clamp. See, we should have just went with the crappy mount. We'd be good.
Well, now you know, just keep it at like -40 or higher, maybe.
Yeah, it's just I don't know if that's going to let it scale a little bit. So you'd be surprised sometimes what happens. But yeah, let's just make sure it boots up. I might have went too hard on it last night.
Should have gone with a Galax card, someone says. We emailed them and said, can we get a card? And they said, we'll let you know if you're relevant enough. I was like, okay, all right.
A lot of
Sorry.
They probably don't even have a card ready yet. So it's kind of like, you got to understand that like when these companies come out with like their HOF cards or a KP card, they're trying to combat what NVIDIA's blocking. Yeah. So like it's a constant cat and mouse game. So I doubt they even have their card ready. So
yeah,
it's probably one of the reasons why they didn't give you anything or talk about it.
Someone wants the last score at 28,415, and now we're going to go for higher. So that 28,415 is about 45th, and it only shows you top 100 on the Hall of Fame. So we're up there now, not uploaded or anything, but you can upload it after under your name or something.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, we have actually a bunch of scores.
Yeah, you'll see. Probably will upload it. Is it just Bearded Hardware on?
Yeah.
Mark? Yeah.
I think I have a pound Bearded Hardware, so it's a hashtag.
Yeah. That was what. That was what. I mean, you do some programming, so you know. But one of the professors that a friend of mine had in college didn't call it C#. He called it C pound because it's C pound because I pounded into your head.
It's kind of cool, actually. I'm all self-taught, so I never really had a teacher teach me.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like one of those.
Yeah, would you believe it, Joe?
Self-taught.
Does some SQL and programming work?
Do SQL, C#, web services. I do lots of different things, man. That's like my real job, so. I don't really talk about much of it. That's one of the reasons why I like doing YouTube, because I don't talk about my real job. Sorry. Thanks for ruining it for me, Steve. No, I'm just kidding. I do a lot of dev work and lots of cool stuff. So I do a lot of cybersecurity, but like a different division of cybersecurity. It's called Identity and Access Management. I'm like Big Brother in Big Corps. I'm the bouncer in IT.
Yeah. IT bouncer's accurate, I think.
It really is. It's kind of funny. I think someone told me, they're like, what are you, a bouncer? And I'm like, oh, I'm going to use that. All right, we're going to do a run at pretty much the same clocks we're going, make sure everything's good, and then I'm going to start pulling down. I think we just need to manage the temp at the pretty much at the same spot. Someone says dual BIOS is a good feature because not everyone has a YouTube channel and 40 GPU. So, I like that answer.
Yeah,
that's great.
To be fair, though, also, you could use the IGP, which all CPUs...
Pretty much all that's true.
Except for the SKUs from an Intel. I'll have it. All right, this is, what do you have it set at right now?
Just plus 175, so
right,
whatever
cool.
was at 3030 that it kept on coming out to.
And are you gonna run at minus?
I don't know. We're gonna have to do some temp testing because the temps are completely changed now. So everything, basically, it's like we're benching a new card.
So if you, I don't actually know the answer to this, genuine question, but if you bring it down slow enough, are you able to, when it fails, is it just like a switch fail, or do you get some like artifacting or any indication it's going to fail, so you can back off the pouring?
It depends. So when I was benching yesterday, I had several different indications. So one was I would get the artifacts. The other one is where I would just lose go black screen, and then I'd have to reboot the machine.
Okay.
So there's a couple things, but the one we were just seeing is we were seeing black screen, but I wasn't seeing black screen until like minus 115 yesterday.
Okay.
So like seeing it at minus 40 now is kind of a big change.
Yes. But also, if you get like the artifact, you might be able to back off a little and save it without a system reboot, I guess.
Yeah, if I can get something that, well, a lot of the times with the artifacting, that's where it goes two ways, right? It either fails the driver and resets the clocks,
right?
Or it goes to black screen and then you got to reboot the whole machine. So
right.
we'll see it in a little bit. I just got to kind of change my game plan up a little bit.
Yeah. Where's the leaderboards? I'll post it again in chat. So the leaderboard is on the 3D Mark website. Let's see if it's still live. It should be. Yeah, they upgraded their servers after we crashed it.
I remember that. That was for the 30. Yeah, so we're a little bit lower than last time, 28,357, but that's within reason.
Yeah, but you just started again, so
yeah, so
that's a good start.
What I'm going to do is probably just bump this up to 250, and we're going to chicken clock it up.
250 is chicken clocking? I would do like 225.
Nah, 250.
I'm more of a chicken than you are, I guess.
Apparently.
That's tough.
Yeah, I don't think we really need. So now that we have a better mount, we need less temperature, right? That's why I like the game plan changed. We were benching at minus 100, but I don't think we can now.
Right.
But that's a good thing because that means we have better contact between the pot and the GPU, so we're actually getting more effective cooling.
That's where Joe uses the word efficient a lot when he's talking about this stuff. That's really what he means is I guess there's a few layers of efficient, but one of them is like at the LN2 pot level where, like right now, you see how quickly it starts to evaporate, or you get the vapor coming out of it. There's efficiency there. So how quickly does the liquid nitrogen actually bring it down or soak into the pot?
Mm-hmm.
And there's efficiency with the clocks even, where at the same clocks you can get wildly different scores if it's an inefficient setup.
Yeah, we might be able to run probably around minus 35 to minus 40 and get the same clocks I was getting yesterday, which would actually help because memory was an issue around minus 100. It would start flashing, doing some funny stuff. Like one of those like old like Space Invaders, pretty much.
We've got a good question here. I don't know how to pronounce this name, but I'll do my best. Abuzer in chat says, hey Steve, can you guys shine some light on the subject of SOC, VDD, I guess VDIM, and voltages for OC?
AMD sign, right?
Yeah, like do they matter? Do you just run stock? They do matter. So the new one for 7000 series is VDD MISC or miscellaneous. But yeah, otherwise SOC is VDD GIO, VDD G. So all those voltages help with cold scale, especially with keeping it up.
Yeah, but what most people, I've seen some problems also in the. So I guess remember I was telling you I was going through ASRock BIOSes last week. We had a bunch of stuff that was a problem there with those BIOSes.
I mean,
so one of them,
ASRock.
One of those issues was VDD or the MISC voltage, and that feeds all the other voltages. So it has to be a certain point higher than the other voltages. And what ASRock was doing is they were actually setting it a lot lower. So it's kind of like one of those.
I forget what I think they want it to be like. I don't know. I remember 75, like 75.
Yeah, Bill was telling me anywhere between like 75 and 100.
Yeah.
So, which is.
So yeah, those other voltages do matter. Now, if you're just overclocking on air, and when we say on air, we mean ambient. So liquid cooler counts as air here. Then you can leave a lot of those alone. Although it might help you with the clocks. All right. That's a damn good score. That's really good.
28,623.
So your previous high score is 28,415. You're already at 200 points beyond that, and it's like a non-linear scale. It gets increasingly difficult as the score goes up because you're nearing the limit of the hardware.
Oh yes.
So, and you start hitting other limits. Like I think we're okay here, but you could potentially eventually run into a CPU limitation as well.
Yeah, that's Port Royal is kind of tough like that, especially, I mean, we're working with an AMD system. A lot of the guys were using Intel systems for a lot of those.
Yeah.
But trying to figure out like where you're gaining points from by doing different stuff, you know.
What was the score? I was gonna tweet it. 28,006.
I don't know. I never remember the score because I'm like, yeah, let's go for the next one. That one don't count.
Yeah. Help me out in chat. 28.6 something. I was gonna tweet it and it's gone.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably keep it at -30 now for a little bit because, like I said, we're getting good mounts now. Like I said before, we actually modded the cooler because the cooler was actually causing problems in contact. Right. So sometimes it takes a little bit of trial and error trying to figure all this out.
Andrew, how's the levels on our mics? I think I've only seen one complaint about it. Someone said Joe's mic is clip-in, but I only saw one complaint, so it might be fine.
It doesn't sound like it.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Yes, if
it's always the beard, bro. It's always causing problems. I was playing with like a lot of my mic setups and trying to figure out, and it's like it is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, you got to do the Louis Rossman, like wear it over the ear.
And I don't want to do it. I can't do it. I don't feel like being like a McDonald's attendant.
Oh man, that's like, what you're saying about Louis.
I actually like Louis. He's one of the YouTubers I've watched probably for years now.
You feel like you're. Yeah, I mean they look a little silly, those types of mics for streams. So.
I don't know. It just feels kind of weird for streams and stuff. I usually have my mic where I'm like close. Like
you could do a overhead, right?
Yeah, that's what I do for my streams.
I forgot about that. You don't have to do a.
But it's different though. Like if you want to, like say you're out and about, you want to use a lav mic, because otherwise you get grabbing so much
external noise, especially all this stuff. Like.
Yeah, that's why you need the overhead mic. Which actually works really good because it's concentrated. Right?
Okay. I don't know a ton about audio despite using it for work. 28,623 was the score. Thank you, those of you who said that. Oh yeah, they're just saying it. Yeah, okay. So 28,623.
Now I usually pay attention to these frames, and that's how I usually tell your score. So we're at 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, 13.7, 13.8. We're probably gonna hit the 14K. This should be a decent score.
So you were at 28.
I think it was like 14.2 something. So this would probably be 800 maybe. So like 28. Close enough, right? 781.
Oh man. All right.
Yeah, so
hang on, let me change the tweet. It's not out yet. Wait. 28,781. Hang on, before you kill it.
No worries.
I want to see the frequency too.
Oh. 3120.
3120 megahertz.
Yeah, that's basically plus 275.
What were you running for pot temperature?
Just -30.
-30 C pot. Okay. So then 28,781 has you at 24th place.
Yeah, we might actually be able to push memory a little bit better now because I had to bring memory down because the cold was affecting it so highly. So we should probably see 29K soon. Can I run now?
Yes.
Yeah, usually I try to push the temperatures, but like I said, we have like a really good mount now. So I think all of our temps that we were using yesterday are pretty much pointless now. So
yes,
we're kind of in like new territory. So I really don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. But I'm going to probably try to keep it around -30 right now.
Chat's getting ahead of me. They're posting the score in chat before I ask for it. that genuinely, that actually helps a lot because when I need to check it, I can scroll up. It's like chat is kind of doing a producer role where they're like, let me keep a running log of what's happening. Rip J versus Rip GN when? Well, J has already been ripped.
A bit of failure. We might need some cold now.
Yeah. All right, so now Joe had a soft failure here where it was just 3D Mark, not the whole system. So is your next step
Yeah,
colder?
I got a little bit colder. I don't know. I think I might have been too cold at some point. I just wanted to make sure clocks aren't reset. Usually you see in here when it zeroes out.
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure. I'm just going to try to run it again.
Okay.
I'm going to probably let it go a little bit warmer. So.
Yeah. So Jay, technically, I don't think he's like actively trying to compete in single card right now. Maybe he'll get in there. We'd like him to. It'd be fun. But this stuff does take actually a lot of time, so I don't blame him. That said, people are asking, are you going to rip Jay? The answer is yes. Jay has been ripped. He's at 54th place.
You might actually have to keep it warmer now.
55th now, I guess.
It failed.
Are we past BPS yet? I don't think we are.
No, he's close to 29.
So our next mark here is BPS Customs on YouTube. You should check him out if you haven't. He's got videos on all this stuff. It's a lot of fun. BPS Customs. Get a fun competition going. Did you lap it? No, we did not.
No, this is kind of. These are actually. This would be accurate if someone else would just do it. Like, we bought a card and just started playing. That's really.
Yeah.
This is a good.
Yeah, because we haven't modded it yet.
We haven't done really anything with it. We modded the cooler.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, let's see if this will help a little bit. I was getting some gangster lean.
Yeah, it was. That's chat was saying like it's leaning pretty steep right now.
Because of the.
What's the name of Gamers Nexus on the list? So we haven't uploaded any
I might
scores.
actually take this off because I think it might be causing some issues.
Maybe too much force.
Well, it's too much weight on the side, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So to answer the question, what's the name of the leaderboard? We haven't uploaded scores yet.
Yeah.
We try to keep internet disconnected from the test bench until it's sort of done, because it can influence the results. I mean, when Microsoft starts
97
downloading.
again. This is that same issue.
So the name when we do upload. Joe doesn't like it when I engage the safety on that. So the name when we do upload will probably be Joe's Bearded Hardware, hashtag Bearded Hardware, and then I'll probably do some runs separately and upload one of those scores.
It's so strange that we lost all the time.
Mic's unmuted. I'll get you some more nitrogen. Steve, are you on Instagram? No, sorry. I got enough social media to manage.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, it gets to
Same.
be a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it almost looks like we have a cold bug around like minus 35.
For pot temperature.
Yeah. Which is a huge change.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering how that's going to affect cold scale.
So what are you going to try and do now?
I'm just going to keep it at minus 20 and just see how much I can push the clock up.
Yeah.
And see, because it's not letting me go
Minus
any
20
colder.
is so warm.
I know, that's why I might actually turn off the heater. Like,
That's what I feel like. I'd say try like minus. So a lot of the entries I saw.
I'm going to turn off the heater, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to cause an issue, because I was benching minus 100 with the heater yesterday. But I was benching minus 80 without the heater.
We could try and get the memory temperatures. I have a laser thermometer.
Yeah, but it's going to be
Yeah.
too awkward on the side, I think.
Yeah. What temp are we at now? So there's a couple temperatures, but the pot temperature he was running was close to minus 40. And the other temperature is going to be the actual GPU silicon, which we're not 100% sure what that is because the sensors kind of stop being useful at a certain point.
Yeah, but the sensor should actually still work now because we're at minus 20.
Yeah, I think minus 35 it stops.
Yeah, around there.
Yeah, Jay said the limit was 35, minus 35 apparently, so that makes sense. That's what we saw on the. So limit for the sensors, not necessarily the like temperature of the pot. But.
No, I saw minus 33 in the actual
Right.
app.
Any idea when we'll see a new 4080 video, including benchmarks? No, actually, I'm not sure yet. They launched.
They canceled the one?
They canceled the one. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What did you think when you saw that?
Well, if you look at it, it really looked deceptive when what they were doing with it.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good thing. I mean, I think they saved their butts by doing that.
Yeah, because, well, yeah, so they've done name changes or same names in the past, and we've always hated on it. But
like, I feel it was very deceptive to the user
I think
because you're basically comparing two 4080s that are not 4080s.
I agree, and so you saw that in the past, but most of the time they did it with like low-end stuff where it still mattered, but it didn't get like the attention. So like the GT 1030, that was like super deceptive when they did GT 1030, GDDR5, and then GT 1030 DDR4, and you lost like half the performance. The 4080, they actually unlaunched though, and like they've done that before, but they never unlaunched the card. They just kept selling it.
Yeah, this was way different.
I think
it really was unexpected. I didn't think that they would do that.
I think it was the price and the attention. Maybe they felt like it was just too much heat this time.
Well, what was the price difference between the two?
I think it was gonna be $900 versus $1,200 or something like that.
Yeah, that's at that.
At that point,
they probably did the best thing by doing that.
So they did the right thing by killing it, but they did the wrong thing by needing to kill it in the first place. Like,
yeah, they shouldn't have done it in the first place. I mean, yeah. All right. So
someone has noticed. Someone has noticed the sign that Joe put up behind us. Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome. Anytime. All right. So I guess we're gonna just run at -20.
Is Gamers Nexus part of Linus Media Group? No.
Here's long lost
Long
Big
lost
brother.
subsidiary. Yeah.
You like Step Brothers now or something?
I don't think we. I don't think any of the tech YouTube channels are part of a conglomerate. I guess like PC World is, but that's a little different.
Yeah, it's different.
They're part of more traditional media publication type stuff.
All right, I'm like afraid to go -30 now. Oh, unless, do you have another meter?
Yeah, another thermocouple reader.
Yeah, I've actually had some problems where batteries sometimes go and you're actually reporting different temps than you think.
Right. That can also happen with interference if it's run between
Hey,
like
it did it again.
If it's between two inductors. Do you want K-type? Do you know, is it K-type? T-type? Probably K-type.
It's K-time. Let me see. Something's weird. Of course, we changed something for a stream, and I'm not really sure what's going on here. No, it's about right. But I just lost it at -28C, so.
Oh, it dropped at 28C?
Yeah, you know, like the driver drop. The only thing else that I changed was I took out those black things on the back. So if we're
the
shorting
supports,
on them,
yeah.
that's the only other thing that I could
Shorting
think.
would make sense, but the only reason it would happen when you get colder is if from contraction of the metal, maybe.
Unless I do a crappier mount.
Yeah.
Which
I don't feel like it's the mount.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think over here. You can see.
My inclination is, I'm thinking memory. I wonder, I mean,
GPU memory?
because you're not running that cold. So I'm wondering if all that insulation is heating it up. Like, I get it in there. It's not really hot.
Mm-mm. It's probably too cold because you know the pot is concentrated.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I don't think it's, well, at least right now it's not too cold.
It almost looks like.
So I can still touch it, not get, it just feels room temperature, so.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that hot right now.
Condensation somewhere?
I don't know. I'm not really seeing it. Maybe.
You don't think it's the platform, like the motherboard?
You know, we could probably change that too. Let's try that and then.
Settings, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I benched with this for a day. Same settings.
Yeah.
You know, so it's kind of.
Yeah. Okay, so where are we currently? We were at 28. I think I tweeted it. It's pretty high up there. It was at 28,781, so you're at 24th. Got 14 ranks to climb, which is doable because you got 4 ranks in one run recently, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, because we're benching at 5.3. And I am pushing.
You on PCIe Gen 3? 4?
No, 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
That should be fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. You'll see right here. This is
You'll lose some points on 3 anyway.
I have the PCIe jet up. I'm gonna back it down to 1%.
Oh, base clock might be 140. Base clock could be it for sure. Does that? I think that affects the PCIe bus, right? Or
yeah,
no?
but I was running that for like.
Yeah, but you know how.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I got to sneeze.
Uh-oh. I thought we were gonna get like a. I thought I was gonna like start thunder and lightning.
Hey, you never know. If you look on my Twitter when I do the lightning.
Oh yeah.
That was
Joe
crazy,
like
bro.
pointed at something while he was filming, and lightning literally like came down and struck the thing he pointed
Exact
at.
spot too. Like it's
It's
fascinating.
Did you immediately go like, oh,
I was, to be honest, I was in shock and I couldn't believe that it happened. It was wild.
we were a couple hundred years ago. They'd try you for being a witch or something.
Yeah, definitely. They're probably trying me just for the beard.
Yes, 28. Someone's asked about the score. Current score was 28,781 points.
But now we can't go cold anymore, which is really irritating.
I don't know. I feel good about that base clock change. I do. I mean,
I don't.
base clock affects everything.
It's true. But like I said, I was benching at minus 120.
Is there like a lot of water in the pot?
Nah, that wouldn't do it. I dried out all the pots last night.
Yeah.
Let's just try. Let's do.
Just trying to look at the bench from a different angle, see if I see anything. Card looks like it's mounted pretty okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see anything offhand. The only thing that I could think of is that what I'm doing different, right? So usually, like, I try not to change things in between like benches, but one of the things was those plastic pieces that are on the back of the card. I took them out.
Yeah, but it's also easy to get like superstitious about stuff too.
Oh, I totally agree on that. Really, with testing though, like you'd never want to change what you did from the last one, and unfortunately we had to.
Yeah, but then the day changes and like it stops. It behaves differently.
It's true. All right, so we're gonna try just minus 10 with this one, and just see what happens.
How many watts is the power supply? Thought I saw
1600.
Yeah, so they thought it was 850. No, it's 1600.
No.
We're good.
Because we're running a 7950X.
850.
Basically about 5.3 right now. Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit lower because we put the base clock down from 103 to 102.
I think you still had it at 5300 though in the.
Yeah, but it's weird. Like it doesn't
52?
just do it like that. Like it.
Do you recommend that? This is a genuine answer, however you want, Joe. Do you recommend that ASRock board for AM5?
It's actually not bad. I really didn't have many issues with it. As long as you get a decent BIOS with it. Like as long as you update to 109, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like other than that, it's a good board. I haven't had any issues with it.
So what do you think?
And I was running 6.5 Cinebench, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go a little bit colder. I want to see.
Okay.
I don't think I was cold enough for that run. And yesterday I was actually doing like way more than this.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I'm a little bit thrown.
Let's see. That's a good point. Someone says, one of the things that we changed between yesterday and today that might affect the points. They said, it's your socks. Are you wearing the same socks?
No. Ugh.
I knew we were forgetting something.
You don't want that. Trust me. You don't want those stanky socks.
I'd be like, why are you guys wearing hazmat suits?
Like, bro, why you guys stink?
Through the camera? That'd be pretty bad.
Bro.
All right, so let's look at power. 630, it just crashed, so we're going to miss it.
Because we're probably not cold enough. That's
Yeah, but it didn't die from cold, so that's good. 630 watts, and he was at minus 25 degrees. Someone's going to hear that and think that like someone's knocking on their door.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, we're just going to try pushing the temp a little bit, because that's pretty much what it is right now. But the thing is I'm trying to get it so it doesn't fail.
Right. Where's your drink? Is it over there?
Yep.
Okay.
What were you trying to do? Trying to steal my drink?
No, trying to avoid it. That's a lot of coffee in yours. What do you think?
What are you saying?
Frozen?
Well, I know.
We can pour the coffee into the Allen 2 pot. Oh. All right, so minus 28.
Well, no, that doesn't mean it just probably needs a little bit more cold.
Okay.
Like I was benching way more colder, so that's why I'm like
Yeah.
kind of thrown right now on.
Do a couple degrees at a time, right?
Yeah, that's what basically I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if like, okay, let's add like another 2-3 degrees on
Right.
it and see what it does.
All right. Let's see. Let me do a super chat in here somewhere. So I don't know this one. I'll take this one. Troglodyte 10 says sent $10. Thank you. Says, whoa, caught a live stream in progress. Here's money for SATA cables. I don't need more SATA cables. We have actual bins of them. I don't know what to do with them yet. I don't know. Like I think even the e-waste places probably don't want them.
Bro, I got so many SATA cables over the years. They're so pointless anymore.
Yeah. I do think that disconnecting the memory heater helped, because you're not getting the same type of failure now.
It could be. It could be that the memory was too hot.
And it wasn't that cold. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna try just a couple degrees at a time to get colder.
Yeah.
Because it's really strange. Because I was benching. Just so you guys know, I was benching probably about minus 125 last night. So
Right.
to go at minus 125 to minus 36 or 35. Actually, I don't even think we went that cold.
Yeah, I think, is that C or F? Celsius.
Yeah, see?
As he said. All right.
This is a full driver fail.
Who is your partner in crime? This is Joe, a.k.a. Bearded Hardware. Linked in the description below, doing the football pose, the quarterback pose.
That's right.
He's the OC quarterback.
OCQB.
Quick on the acronyms, too.
There you go, buddy. Trust me, in my field of work, we have so
That's
many
true.
acronyms on everything, it's kind of ridiculous. If you work in IT, going into, because I go into different places all the time, and everybody has an acronym for everything. It's ridiculous. It should be illegal at this point, I think, because I feel like some of them are like used for different things in different places. And,
Yeah. It should be like a government
a guide,
list.
yeah, the standardized list of acronyms you can use. So true.
Someone said, I don't know, I want to hear what
I might
chat
just try
says
to
about
push
this.
cold.
Someone in chat said that we should give out SATA cables at some point with GN store orders. I mean, I don't know.
That's probably not a bad
Should
idea.
we? Like, can anyone actually use them? Because we have literal hundreds, so we could probably at some point mix them in randomly or something. But I don't know if people actually have like a use for
See if we can just get a run at
SATA
250.
cables.
All right.
What does chat think?
Let's try and see if we can get a nice run.
You think it's all GPU, the source of the
Yeah,
crashing?
it's definitely GPU because it's temp on it's the GPU failing. Because what's happening is the driver's totally failing, and it's like we're doing. I wish we had like a meter on the actual GPU because you'd see the GPU fail.
Right.
Like it's like we're hitting some type of.
It could be.
Could be a temp.
Well, so it could also. Did you look at the frequency you were running any of those times it crashed? Because if it's pulling cold enough into the GPU, you might need to reduce the offset, the frequency offset. If the base frequency is higher, the offset will push it into instability.
Could be.
See how we check the frequency on this run when it's done.
Well, this is a smaller run. This is
Oh,
not
okay.
as high. I'm just trying to get a run so that we're running. You know what I mean?
Let's see. Chat is a pretty good mix. Someone's saying sell them for the copper. I don't know. I don't know. If
What do you get? Like a cent copper out of
yeah,
it?
not much. That'd be such a pain to strip all that copper too. I'm sure they do it, but
Yeah, something's up, man.
you think break it down one more time and then
What I'm going to end up probably doing is going back to how I did it last night, where
Yeah.
I had the plastic
Standoffs.
pieces in between the one area, because this is ridiculous at this point. I can't even get a bench run in.
signed SATA cables? I don't think
Yeah.
so. That would be a huge pain.
Or I'm going to torch, so I'm going to put myself on mute.
That's not bad. Add them with a price of 1 cent, so anyone who wants it can have it. That makes sense, because like I don't want to mix them in randomly necessarily, because then probably people will get them who don't even want them. But if we just make it some add-on, I'd have to figure out how to do it on the store, but I think there's an option. Someone says, does the output port matter? In theory, no, but
It actually does.
But it can, yeah.
It can, especially in the older generation.
Yeah, for LN2 it can.
But I don't think that's the particular issue because I was using the same port for yesterday.
Shunt modded and voltage control. No, not yet. We were looking at doing shunt mods, but we ended up not really needing it to get the scores we wanted. So we haven't gone there yet. Partly because I just got a Strix card in, and the Strix would be able to hook up to an EVC for external voltage control. And if we're going to do like shunt mods, we might as well wait to do it on something we can bypass VREL.
Let's see, it's not even.
What?
No, usually like.
Oh, your microphone.
Oh.
Thanks.
No, usually from benching a while, you get a lot of water in the pot.
Yeah.
Right. It's just what happens.
How do you feel about this suggestion? Reload the driver.
That's actually not a bad idea, but I still don't think that that's the issue. I think there's something physically going on with the card.
The YouTube says now would be a good time to insert ads. No. Not doing it.
Which ad?
It lets you insert like YouTube AdSense ads in a stream now.
Oh, really?
Which maybe makes more sense if you're like streaming and you're for 8 hours and you need to go to the bathroom or something, but I don't really like.
Well, they do that on Twitch all the time.
Yeah.
Like you can throw in.
Which kind of, it does make sense for you to like take a break, but I don't like them for this stuff. I like to just be live the whole time and get stuff done.
Do work.
Yeah. So we're gonna remount. I guess
I'm not actually gonna remount the whole thing. I'm just gonna take off these and.
You want the plastic things? You got them?
Yeah, if you can get them for me. I don't remember where I put them.
I thought they were up here. Oh, they're there. Got 4 plastic things.
Yeah, because what I'm gonna do is turn them around and then. Oh.
All right. So here's the plastic things. Didn't you pull up a photo of the backs to see how they were on there, or you?
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. So Joe's just gonna add these standoffs. It's stuck to my hand.
I just don't want the metal, like the metal could be conducting to here.
Right.
Like, usually it's ground, so it doesn't matter, but I don't know. I'm trying to just change anything that I had issues with before.
Yeah, to back where it was.
Back where it was, yeah. If you want, like since you were complaining about the PCIe slot, you could clean it out.
I would feel better about that.
Yeah.
Should I just use a Q-tip or what?
No, because the Q-tip will probably leave stuff in the residue.
Good point.
I would just usually use this.
CRC?
And then use that thing to spray it out.
The
Yeah.
compressed air?
Well.
I'll just use this compressed air can. This will be high pressure anyway.
Yeah, but I don't know if it will get it. That usually breaks down
Okay.
the Vaseline more.
Okay, we could use your
Just spray the hell of it.
thing.
Go for it.
It's not too bad in there, but I would feel better about it. There was actually kind of a lot there.
Yeah, because look, you can see it in here.
You want to clean that too?
That's
all right, that should be plenty.
Then you could take my extreme blower to really blow it out.
This is going to be a little loud. I guess I'll mute my mic doing this.
Probably mute mine too.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
gonna.
it gets really loud, so sorry for that.
I gotta untangle it from the cable nest down here. So, what is this thing, Joe? Before, just tell
It's
everyone.
just a blower.
Just a fan, basically.
Yeah, I use it to blow out the pots. Like a lot of times, you'll get so much water in the pot that it causes issues with. Actually, am I on mute? Okay. Yeah. So basically, what happens is when a lot of water develops in the pot, it starts messing with what temp you can keep. So
Right.
A lot of times you'll blow it out, and you want something powerful to do that.
Yeah, you could use an air compressor, but those
Yeah, they get a little bit unmanageable.
very loud. All right, I'm gonna mute my mic for this. So
Uh,
we're gonna mute for a second.
Yeah, well, you better watch out because that thing's gonna blow off. It's probably gonna blow a lot of the.
The towels. Oh,
Yeah, like it's kind of. You want me to do it?
Sure.
Yeah,
I'll mute
right.
it. 1 second. That thing is crazy powerful.
It is.
You see it moving like the stack of 2 coasters are even moving.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty powerful and loud. That's why I like it.
It's nice.
It does the job.
Sunshine. Did you just buy kind of like a random one from Amazon?
Yeah, I was testing. I'd like to buy stuff on Amazon and just see if it's decent.
550 watts.
Bro, it works pretty well.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
All right. Let's see what chat's saying. What are you using to clean PCIe? Great question. Contact cleaner. It's like electrical contact cleaner. I don't particularly endorse this brand or anything, but that's what we use.
Yeah.
I do like it more than the blue can.
Yeah, the blue can leaves more residue.
Yeah.
And then it's also a little bit more, the blue can's kind of, it has a little bit of a more powerful spray. So like if you're really trying to get something out, but that's why I have that
Yeah,
other
but that
thing to blow it out.
last time we used it, it left like all that paste residue everywhere.
Yeah, like it doesn't disintegrate at all, you know?
And it discolors it and stuff.
Yeah, it kind of does, like it's just not, the blue can's definitely not as good.
Right. We do like that one though.
Yeah, I buy them in bulk usually on Amazon.
Let's see. I'm reading some other.
You can usually buy it, if you're in the States, you can buy it in Walmart and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They usually carry it.
So the slot's pretty clean now.
You'll probably just wipe it on the card when I'm done, too.
Yeah. There's still some up here at the top. I don't know if we really care. What do you think? Right?
Try cleaning it.
Is that enough to care about?
I don't think it would really be an issue, but at this point, I'm kind of anything we can test. Because, I mean, this was all working yesterday. All of a sudden, we introduced a little bit of change and stuff stops working, so.
Although you still are at 20.
Yeah, but that's scores.
Fourth or something?
That's a baby score.
Baby blank score.
Yeah, baby blank score. I was
Baby blank. Joe normally adds another word to that.
Yeah, we're making a PG for the stream.
Yeah, we can't add that word today.
Do we have another 4080 or 4090?
We do have another 4090, but not that we can put on LN2.
Yeah, that's the problem. This is also not a bin card, so.
I'm gonna blast this 1 sec. All right.
Yeah, I think you got that big chunk that was in there.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah, I would not try to put it back in.
You sure?
Defeats the purpose. I wonder if this is like.
What kind of blower is that? I think it was called Sunshine, but I don't know if it sounds like Joe didn't buy any particular brand.
No, it's just what I found.
Yeah.
I'll probably put something in there.
Where's 13700K review, dude? We just got the CPU like 3 hours ago, and it's Sunday, so I don't have anyone on the testing team in to start testing it. So, yeah, the reviews actually do take a little bit of time, and we don't get all of the parts before they launch. So Intel sent out 13.9 and 13.6 to us. Any other reviews who had the 13.7 might have gotten it from another source, or maybe Intel in their region sent that one out. But anyway, we bought the 13.7 as soon as we could, but
Let's try that.
and I shipped it as fast as they'd let me.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have that. I mean, it's like, I get it. There's not a lot of behind the scenes look at this stuff, but whenever there's a new set of parts out, people are like, where's the review of XYZ? And so just for perspective.
I don't think really they realize how much effort is put into those.
Yeah, so genuine trying to give some perspective on it. So if we have reviews on launch day, we probably have those parts for at least a week. It used to be a couple days, but they've all gotten better about that.
Try without the heater.
And so if we do a week, yeah, I think without the heater is good. If we do a week of testing, since there's multiple people working on it, it's possible to get like 80 hours of testing on it inside of a week, because maybe 3 people working on it, rotating. If we don't have the part, then we buy it at launch day with everyone else. We have to wait to get it. Then we have to do that week of work or whatever. So anyway, it'll be on the way, but
Just not there yet.
yeah. 3 hours ago. It came out 2 days ago. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it doesn't teleport. Like, it shipped from Newegg. I bought it from That's how desperate I was to get one. I bought it from Newegg.
You can't win, Steve.
Yeah, it doesn't
You can't
material
win.
like it's not. We don't have like a portal that parts materialize in from manufacturers when they launch. Like sometimes I gotta. We ran into a fan at Best Buy on the 4090 launch day, and Mike on my team said to him, he was like, "Yeah, there's a look behind the curtain of we have to go buy stuff on launch day at 9 a.m. like everyone else does for some of this stuff, yeah, because we were trying to get partner models."
Well, everybody thinks that you can get everything for
Yeah.
free.
Right. But
Most of the stuff on my channel I pay for, you know.
yeah, we
So-
we actually buy most of the hardware we review now.
And usually it's hard to get. Like, it's
Yeah.
actually easier now than it was.
Yeah, and a lot of times we pay more than it because
Yep.
I'll buy it from
Yeah, well, you got to get
scalpers.
Yeah.
Because I got to review it.
it. So you're paying like maybe a 15% to 20% overhead
Yeah.
usually. Yeah.
I
No, I've done it the same, actually, to try to get, to do streams and stuff. You have 2 of them? You stole both of mine.
Yeah. I feel better about this mount. This without the
Let's see.
heater and with the plastic things back.
I think there's
Look
some
at
of the
that.
plastic things.
That's a really good, like efficient soak.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's because it's hot.
You should talk about the reactor pot you're using because we like the guy who makes these. So
Oh yeah. This is one of my favorite. These are actually made in Germany. He put a lot of design work in it, and it's, I would say, one of my favorite pots right now. This is pretty much the first time I've got to use this particular pot, the GPU version. But it's nasty, man. It's really really nice. I'm a huge fan of it, and I'll be benching GPU with it from now on for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, because it's pretty.
I have a link to it in the description. It's not an affiliate link. I don't get any kickback from it, but I wanted to link it because like the OC community, the people who actually manufacture this type of thing, it's, as you can imagine, it's not very high volume business. I don't think maybe some of the largest sources can kind of make a living off of it, but it's like a hobby side hustle type of thing. So
and these ones are, what's really nice about these too is that like I was wasting a lot of liquid nitrogen with the other ones where I'd have to torch and it took forever to get like even down to like minus 100. So doing like testing and stuff, it would take forever and just waste a lot of liquid nitrogen. So now that using these pots, and like I said, I have a couple of these pots. This is his GPU. This is his, I think, the 2.1 reactor. So this is the one for like Threadripper, where you have like a bigger die that you need to put it on, you know.
yeah, this thing's large.
And then I think I have the other one where behind Andrew that is the smaller version of that. That is just in case if you're space limited, you can.
It's heavy too because it's like
They're heavy.
all copper.
Yeah, it is basically solid copper that's basically milled every which way that you can think of.
Right.
All right, we're just going to run the same clocks we were doing before, see if everything's good.
And there is actually a good amount of engineering in these. I saw someone in chat
Lots of engineering.
asking about that in a dismissive way, but oh yeah, sure. Get the torch out of the camera.
Yeah, if you actually like see, so this is his other version, right? Like they're two similar, but one actually has a lot more surface area than the other.
Yeah.
And surface area is where it really counts because it's how much the liquid nitrogen can soak into the metal. You need a lot of surface area to be able to do it quickly and efficiently. So you'll see, like I just pour a little bit and it goes down quite a bit.
Yeah, and they do respond differently. So with these, you can see all the like little I don't know machining terminology. I'm sure people in chat do, but I don't know if they're like milling or whatever. But anyway, you can see all the ridges in it. Not all the LN2 pots do that, and it does provide some extra surface area to soak faster.
And I think one of his main goals, especially going from this pot to the other pot, was to try to how much more surface area could you get in a small area.
The GPU pot is €450 without shipping. Yeah, I mean,
Well worth it though.
It's a lot of material, and
Just think about it this way.
and he's not like getting rich off of this.
No.
stuff. Like, he's
The reason why is there's actually a lot of work that is into them to make it that way. So, but the thing is if you're going to even buy liquid nitrogen, you're going to be using a lot less liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
So in the long run, you're actually saving money. So it's kind of like, I know you pay a little bit more up front, but when you start working with it, you really see like, oh yeah, I'm saving a lot of LN2.
And if you're like less serious about it, you're not benching frequently like Joe does, there are cheaper pots you can buy too.
Yeah, there is. There's a bunch of different brands you can really buy. Yeah,
some used stuff out there too.
Oh yeah. No, I was actually thinking about getting, because I have so many pots.
Yeah.
That I might start like just kind of giving them away to people that maybe want to try, and I don't know.
Yeah, you could do.
I've been thinking about doing something like that.
I don't know. Maybe you could do like a small competition on water or air or something, and then you give the LN2 pots to people who win or something.
That's not a bad idea, actually, because then it's incentivizing to. And it based upon doing
shows they're really interested in it. So it's like, okay, you won on water. You know, you kicked ass. Let's get you on LN2.
Yeah, because that's pretty much what I want. I want somebody who's going to be using it and not just having a big copper block for showpiece. But that's actually really a good idea.
That'd be fun.
28193.
Maybe work with 3D Mark or with Hardware Bot or something to set it up.
Well, I think it would be easy on a Hardware Bot.
Yeah. Oh, is Burner in chat? Is he? I'm looking for the name.
I don't know what his YouTube handle would be.
I think it's Burner. He's in there, yeah. So Burner with the 3 at the front in chat is the guy who makes those LN2 pots. He said, "I'm honored by your words. Thanks, Joe."
Anytime, bro. You deserve it for doing such good work.
Yeah, I mean, I like supporting the small OC scene stuff because it's a pretty tight community.
Niche market, you know. So kind of. But I mean, he's really put a lot of work into it, and it really shows just from like benching with it. It makes my life easier on benching.
Yeah. So, someone said, "Why no clamps this time?" You want to answer that?
We have no heater on the back. So really, the clamp was to make sure the heater was going. We're trying to figure out why I had so many cold issues now, because, like I said, last night I was benching at minus 125, and now I'm like it's hard for me to bench at minus 30 for some reason. So. We're just we're kind of debugging to try to feel out what is the issue.
Speaking of debugging, the new coaster pack is called the Debug Coaster Pack, actually. Ooh. I named it after the 7-segment display.
Nice.
So that is on store.gamersnexus.net if you want some cool coasters for your table. This is looking a lot more, and they're flexible, very easy to clean, nice material. This is looking a lot more stable so far. I know you're only at minus 30, but...
Yeah, but even around now, it was kind of like...
It was freaking out.
It was kind of freaking out. I'm wondering if there's something around by those hold downs that you got to be careful.
Maybe shorting.
So I almost feel like something's shorting.
Especially with like expansion and contraction, we don't really know what's
going on. Yeah. It's hard to... Ooh, maybe we could put it in that... Well, that laser thing to scan it.
Yeah.
See if there's any change.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
I don't know how you'd... It'd probably take a couple days just to even think about setting that
How
up.
to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bad luck clamps. Yeah.
That could be it too, you know.
Earlier we were talking about how there's like superstition in OC. Bill was talking about it too, the AMD overclocker, Bill and Amit.
It's really true. Like,
I mean, I get it where I'm like, you know, you do something and it works, and you're like, I'm never doing anything else other than this.
I mean, there's even been times where, like pop mount, once it's mounted, like, don't touch it.
Right.
Like, just keep it that way, throw it in the heater, let it heat up so that there's any condensation to get off it, and then put it back on and bench it. I know Vince used to do that all the time. I did it for a while, too, but...
So can you leave it assembled between runs?
You can, but, like, the problem is a lot of the times you get bends and stuff. So that's not the highest, right?
No, your highest is 28,781, but you're getting back to where you were, so that's good.
Yeah, that's
what's the frequency really quick?
Oh,
3102. 3102. Okay, pretty high. Let's see what the highest frequencies are at. So we're at, let me look at some other entries of this rank. So there were some other 3100s around where you are, Joe, for score. And then at 10th place was running 3105. So there might be some efficiency there. Did you do the driver,
Not yet.
control panel tweaks?
Oh, yeah. They're all done.
Okay. Rebar is on? I don't know how much it matters for this benchmark, but
Usually it matters.
okay. Oh, number 9 was running at 3270 megahertz. Minus 36. Let's try and get a shot of the kilowatt this time.
Really, the issue is just.
Oh, did you?
Really, the issue is cold right now.
Man,
Temps.
people admiring your pouring right now. So, what does that say? Oh, it's not started yet. 630 watts, 636. That's total system power. So the card can pull 660 on its own, but that's only if it's like 100% GPU load, nothing else going on. Yeah, people are saying, look at those smooth pours.
Yeah, it kind of is a talent after a while. This is from years. When you do like 3-4 pots, like that's where your skills really get. You don't have to do that much anymore, but on the older systems, it used to be.
So I watched the link in chat for the Hall of Fame site. I'm linking that now.
Oh, it seems so strange now it works. Those plastic bushings.
Are you both metalheads?
Oh, I love some good metal. Especially the Viking metal.
Yeah. I was listening to Parkway Driver earlier. We did a, we haven't shown it yet. We haven't edited the video. We did a PC build for Trivium. We'll have a channel video soon on that.
That's cool.
They're actually down kind of near you.
Really?
Yeah.
You should come down and visit one day.
Yeah, I think you were, I think you're a couple hours away from them.
Yeah, Florida's 4 hours from everything.
Very large, yeah.
Remember the first time I went down to the Keys? It took me like 4 hours to get to the Keys, and now it's like 2.5 hours on the bridge.
Oh, there's
Go down.
this is a, I think this Joe Newton has a good point here in chat. If we put on the Jensen leather jacket, the score doubles.
That's probably true. You probably would put an effect in there.
I mean,
You never know.
is it just coincidence that every time he's on stage he has the jacket? And then it's
Bro, that's that superstition thing we talk about.
Yeah, you start that overclocker superstition.
There you go. 28,858.
Damn, nice. So last time we were at 28,781. That's awesome. Where is that on the board? Can we get some hype in chat for Joe's score?
That's at 3135.
Okay, cool. That's the best one yet. So 28,858. You're back in it. We're at
It's because I can get cold now a little bit. I'm like nervous to go even colder now.
What were your temps for that?
Like minus 35.
I'd say keep trying at
40.
that.
That's kind of what I'm doing, but you'll notice like if it fails right off the beginning, it's not cold enough.
So that was at, you said what was the frequency? 3135
3135.
megahertz at minus 35 C or so.
Yeah.
49.
Almost 40. I've been really nervous about hitting 40 because every time I was hitting it before.
Is it 28,858? Is that right?
No, I don't know now.
Uh-oh. I'm scrolling up in chat, but no one's posted the score yet.
See, you shouldn't have said anything. As soon as you say you like them doing something, that's when they stop doing it.
28,858, thank you. Chat confirms. So, Joe, that has
Made
you.
me poor funny.
You are at 22nd now. So you just climbed. How many ranks did you just climb? You just climbed from 24th to 22nd.
Okay, we'll keep going. It almost looks like now we have no, like. Try to keep it around 40.
If you can get another 7 points, you'll be in 21st.
Yeah, this run should do it.
So if this run survives, he's going to hit 21st place, climbing multiple ranks. Oh, no.
That's okay. I don't mind when it does that. It's more
Yeah.
when it goes into the.
Well, especially it takes some time for the AMD platform to memory train if it needs to.
Yeah, we're still.
Let's see.
I might try it minus 50.
Chat's reminding me. Reminding me to go top up your LN2.
Because you're down 2 man.
You need to delete those desktop icons to go over 30K.
Oh my gosh! For years, people have been like I used to post records like all the time, and you'd see like all my screenshots on the desktop. People would just get freaked. of how, like, why do you have so many icons on your desktop?
Oh, yeah.
Like, why do you, and it's, basically I take screenshots of all the runs I have, so if you see a lot of stuff on the desktop, it's basically because of that.
And it's
For every run, I usually just do it and it posts a picture.
it helps you keep a record, right? So if you're not sure why,
Yeah, instead of writing it down, I prefer it visually.
right?
So that way I can just go through the pictures and see like what was the last megahertz I was benching at.
Right, right.
So now we're benching at minus 50, dude.
That's good.
Ever since we changed that back, that's
Big
so weird.
Big improvement.
Oh, of course it failed, but
I was gonna,
this is where I think memory might be getting cold.
yeah.
So now I'm like, I kind of want to put the heater back on.
I think you can bring it a little lower.
You'd
I
be
don't know.
surprised when I was doing it, like it was getting really awkward.
Memory's still pretty good. It's like it's cold still, so it's lower than
We could
ambient.
try. It don't matter.
I think you're okay.
But this is when I started seeing issues was about minus 50 to minus 75.
Yeah.
So as long as you keep the card running, it shouldn't be a problem. But we'll just kind of keep it at minus 50 right now. We might.
Look at that service.
Hey,
I got
wanna
the ice
smile.
off the
Service
rim.
With a, yeah, service
Oh,
with a
sorry.
smile. That's right.
Sorry.
No tip for you.
Filling the thermoses, cleaning the ice off the rim, emotional support. What can't I do?
Bro, you're the full package, bro. Full package.
All right, I think you're pretty set for LN2 for a while.
Yeah, probably won't need that much.
Let's see what unleash the clamps. Clamps has become like a meme now. They keep talking.
I have
about
that
the
effect.
clamps.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens,
You
but
just walk around and memes fall out.
they do.
I'm gonna fill the doer a bit. Get some.
We need colder.
Get some LN2 action.
So close. This is a lot better than me getting black screen. So
Yeah, it's better.
yeah, so we're gonna go a little bit colder, probably minus 60. Now we're starting to get back to what we were doing yesterday.
The LN2 train has left the station, so I'll have. I guess we've been through probably about 20, 25 liters so far. Just for anyone who's curious.
I think most of it's on the desk here.
And the thermos is still.
All right, we're gonna try minus 60 because we were at minus 50 before. See
I'm gonna
if that
mute my
makes
mic for a second.
it- Please. Don't hurt yourself.
What?
Minus 60. I don't know how.
Still up at minus 60?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it at hard on minus 61.
That's good. Someone in chat just said, just bought all your coasters. They look sick. Thank you so much. I'm excited about them. They are pretty
Wait till you
sick.
see them in person. I think they're way cooler in person, like seriously.
Thank you.
You can tell like the quality just by like feeling it.
We've got some expansion on the clamps meme here. Ocean says, the clamps hug the card, giving it more emotional power to go fast.
Oh my gosh. I feel like we have a new meme every time we do a stream.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm reading. What?
Oh, did it
Oh,
just fail at
crashed.
the end? Oh.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew caught the crash before us. What was your? Did you get a run all the way through yet?
Oh, that was like close. There's probably like maybe a.
How's the frequency looking that one?
I don't know.
Oh, you killed
I
it
already
already?
I already kicked it off. The next one. We're getting there though. I think when I ran this last night, I had to be at minus 70. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think we just need a little bit of more cold scale, you know. So I'm gonna try like minus 65 versus minus 61.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to trying to check on some of the chat, see what we got to talk about. GN brand clamps when? No, that's not gonna happen. I do like the emotional support clamps though. That's pretty
Emotional, yeah.
good. Makes the card feel a little better.
Yeah.
Got a safety net.
Messes with the sensitivity level.
I think it made it more
Sensitivity
sensitive.
adjustment.
Yeah, it was crashing a lot more with the
Oh,
clamps.
it's too funny.
Felix says, awesome seeing both of you at XOC again. Keep up the tremendous work. Would also love to see some streams from Tech Odin.
We'll have some streams. I don't think most people realize that I was almost moving shops and stuff, so that's why I didn't have any more streams. But we're keeping the shop for a lot longer.
Yeah, nice. That was
so that means we're gonna end up having streams again. So
that was good to hear.
it's kind of hard to do. Like
That shop looks really sick too.
oh, I love my shop. It's like that's my place. You know what I mean? Like it's my at peace. Leave me alone.
Let's see, super chat from Steven said, I joined the stream late. Are you signing any items purchased today during the stream? I only ask if you all will sign a mouse pad. We're not doing that today, sorry. Joe's been here for a couple days prepping, and he's going to head out when we're done with the stream, so we won't have time for it this time. But maybe next time we'll do another signing stream.
It hurt my hands. It's
There's
bad enough, or they hurt after pouring.
Yeah.
No.
There's a lot of those bearded hardware mats out there.
Oh, there is. Usually get tagged in them. That isn't half bad there.
What's the score?
So it did need around minus 65.
Okay.
It's coming up with the score. Let's see. Any day now. Yep, 28,943. So almost 29.
28,943.
Yeah, we were at 3165 on core.
Wow. Let me write this down for our recap later. So core was 3165. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Minus 61.
65.
65. 28,943. All right. Whenever you're ready to do the next one, go for it. So that's awesome. All right. So score 28,943. Joe, I've got some good news for you. You are 19th place. You are about 34 points away from BPS Customs.
Probably should beat him now.
You think you can knock them down?
Sure.
Like, sure.
Sure.
Why not? I mean, I got nothing,
Certainly.
got nothing else to do.
Yeah, I'm just here. Just pouring.
All right, Brian, we're coming for your score. He's at, he was running at 4090, 5800X 3D. His memory clock, real clock, was 1513 megahertz. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a little bit more on memory than I
Okay.
am. So this card doesn't really like memory.
I don't know if
clocking too much. 1500 plus 1500 is like really the most I can do.
Let's see.
Oh, got a little bit
That's a
colder
good
than I
score.
wanted to be.
I'm gonna tweet that one out too. So that has you, and people are gonna ask this. So we won't upload the scores until after. Just keep it so we can streamline it.
Yeah. It takes a little bit of time. We would have to hook it up to the internet. I usually disable most of the internet stuff on there. It's just no reason to have it on a bench setup. We usually just pull the drives and then upload the scores later.
I'm not sure if Brian was on LN2. I kind of doubt it. Let's see.
No, doubt it.
So there
I
might
don't
be.
think he has a pot, so.
I don't know what
I think
what card he's using. If he's using a
he's probably using like something
Partner
like
model.
a Strix maybe,
yeah.
or I don't know, maybe an FE.
If chat doesn't mind checking for us, BPS Customs on YouTube, and let us know what card he was using, because we may end up.
Yeah, check out his stuff so that way.
Yeah, keep it going too, because he'll
Yeah.
post a score coming back. So
Create more fun.
it's possible the Strix would give us some more room here. Even
Well,
though
the Strix would be easy to do, to be
Yeah.
honest, because what we could do is we could hook up the EVC. All you have to do is solder 3 pins, get all the software working on a separate machine, and then, yeah. That's why I wish we kind of had one, because that would probably be the better approach than using the FE, but I have a feeling the FE might be a little bit binned more because of NVIDIA.
Right.
So we might technically have a better GPU on the NVIDIA card.
But the memory might be your limiter still.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean good memory. Let's see.
That should be close. That might be 29.
29 would be good. What's it gonna be, chat? Take a guess. Type it in now. 28,973. What is
so close?
What's he at?
I think that'd be.
He's at 28,977. You're 4 points.
Are you kidding?
4 points.
I love it. Those are the best.
I think you could do it. That's
yeah, it's probably because my mem's down a little bit compared to his.
That's
so.
with an error too. So did you change anything that run?
What do you mean? Just GPU clock.
GPU clock.
Yeah, 3180.
31. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. It's so close, man.
It's just crazy that we put plastic bushings in there and all of a sudden it started working.
It's magic. It's the NVIDIA FE magic.
Magic bushings?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's gonna be a meme next, right?
The magic NVIDIA bushings.
Yeah, I think Thermal Grizzly will start selling them.
We had someone just send a super.
Their CPU protector on the AMD chips. I'm like, come on.
Yeah,
Come
it's
on.
a little silly sometimes.
Yeah. Not that I have any problem with them, but it's just
No, I
funny.
know.
Like
Yeah.
some of these products they're coming out.
Verb sent in a super chat and said, "Can you tell Corey that he's super cool?" So Corey, there you go. Username Verb says you are super cool. Let's see. Let me go back up and see if there's any super chats that are interesting to get here. All right, this is a good one, I guess. Josh Reeves says, "Hey, unlikely this would be red. Can't fool me. But my 6700 XT has the worst coil whine I've ever heard. Any tips on reducing that other than locking frame rates? Card can be heard from 20 feet away." Wow, that sucks.
Better headphones.
Very-
Seriously.
Yeah, that works. It's
There's not much you can do
Yeah,
about coil whine.
not really.
Unless you,
locking the frame rate does, but I mean, you don't really want to do that.
it's kind of like,
You're like
it's
killing
like
the reason.
gimping, or just
I mean,
killing
it's
it.
killing the reason you got the card, right?
Yeah, you might as well, yeah.
Because then at that point, if you're locking the frame rate, it's like you might as well have spent your money on a
Different
lower
card.
end card.
Yeah.
Yeah, so frame rate, I mean, you're right on track, Josh, with so frame rate does affect the coil whine, typically, if it's going to coil whine at all. There's stuff, I've never tried this, but I'll point you the direction of it. I've seen people do mods where they'll like hot glue or super glue the coils, basically. And I'm not really sure how I feel about that.
Well, I've noticed it like on blocks, like I think one of the Strix cards was really bad with a water block on it. Like it actually created more water coil line.
Yeah.
But I could see like if you put something to maybe dampen it, I don't know. I don't really like the idea.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, there's stuff people do, or they'll glue the coil. The coils are the inductors, basically.
Try minus 80.
If there might be some vibrational noise from it too. You could maybe, if you wanted to do this, you could mod it with different thermal pads. If there's thermal pads on there now, you get something a little squishier. As long as it's the same thickness when compressed, then that could help with some of the vibrational noise that's caused from it. But I mean, Joe's right. There's not a ton you can do.
Better headphones.
Yeah, it's kind of. I wish I had a better answer, but there's really not. And the other problem too is coil whine isn't.
Yeah, now we're starting to run into mem issues.
Yeah, coil whine's not necessarily model specific. Like, you could buy another model, same exact model, different card, and it won't do it. You bring it down?
Yeah, just memory down a little bit. It just seems like you have to balance it out more.
You think?
I noticed it last night.
You think there's like a memory straps thing, or if you push a lot higher, you'll get past it, like a black hole?
Every time that I was really messing with it higher, it would literally drop driver.
Right.
So I don't really want to do that when we're actually running right now, but I could try it in a little bit.
That's a good point from this person. I would recommend high temp silicone instead. Yeah, I mean, the hot glue will just deteriorate, but.
High temp silicone's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, there's videos on it. Like I said, I haven't tried that personally. But
Make an interesting video.
yeah. Oh, thanks, Sam, moderating the spam bots. Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
getting
Sam,
them
for
hit.
doing that. Appreciate that. Yeah. The stream's popular enough where you get the bots, so.
It's annoying.
Well, YouTube's busy. They got other stuff to do, like turning off dislikes and breaking monetization.
Changing handles
Yeah, changing handles.
or adding handles when you already had changed
They're
handles.
busy.
I don't really get that one. I'm so confused sometimes.
Andrew, if you want to take a break for a couple minutes, grab like a drink or anything, if you just set it up wide, we can keep going. Up to you.
Try to keep this card hot.
Let's see. I was just reading the comments about emotional support clamps now. Where's one of the clamps?
There.
People aren't going to have the context. We had the
Emotional support kind of.
yeah. Someone made a comment about the clamps because they were like hugging the GPU. We had these on earlier to try and help with the score.
Well, it's to keep the heater,
Right.
put more pressure on the heater to be able to heat the card up.
It's looking pretty smooth. I don't know.
Don't you say it. Don't you say it.
I feel like I'm scared to say anything about it now.
That's right. You get superstitious when you start getting like really
Especially
pumped
close to the
scores.
last scene.
Yeah,
You're like,
'cause
no.
you know how like with what is it, the other 3080s where they'd fail right at the end there all the
yeah,
time.
that
Like,
drove me crazy.
Oh, that was the worst.
Especially this benchmark is so long. That's why it's hard.
It is. It's a long benchmark. It's pretty brutal. There we go. 29K, baby.
Damn.
Yeah, buddy.
Damn. Nice. All right, 29K.
And that's
Damn, dude. What did you do?
3210.
3210 megahertz.
And that's
29
about minus 90 on the temp.
minus 90C. And where does that put you on the board? That's awesome. So Joe just hit 29,027 points. Dude, that puts you at 17th. You just knocked BPS Customs down.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye now. And then you knocked out another user, fire_2. So your next, if you can do, how many points do you think you got left in there?
1,000.
Big words. 1,000, I'm not going to commit to that. That would put you at second, but it'd be cool. If you can pull another 100 points out of that.
I don't know if it's going to end up doing it, but
Yeah.
because we're not using the heater, and so I'm going to end up having to probably get into the minus 110.
You could add the
120 range.
heater, but I'd be afraid of taking it apart now.
No, I wouldn't even touch it now. I'd wait until it fails and
We
then
could-
break down and then put the heater back
We
on.
could put a heat gun at the back of it.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful because of create condensation.
Yeah.
So usually with the pad, it kind of helps the barrier.
It'll also dump a bunch of heat into the CPU directly, although it's probably fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm actually probably lower on the CPU than I was. We probably should bump it up a little bit and get a couple extra points.
Yeah. So if you get another 100 points or so, that would put you at about that would put you into a really clean 12th place. You'd
have to be colder.
You'd have a pretty good lead. That's awesome.
Well, it's awesome considering we went from benching 140 or to minus 30 to.
And it's better. Yeah, so last night when Joe was pre-testing, he had the liquid nitrogen pot temperature down to minus 140
Yeah.
because when you pulled the thing off.
Yeah, the bottom corner was not connected.
Right.
Basically, the paste, you could tell that it wasn't bonded enough to the one section. So it actually allowed you to bench colder.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and then he came, as you all saw, came up to minus 30 for a while.
I don't know what it was with those washers, man.
The magic NVIDIA washers. Look at they're trying, they didn't give us an unlocked B BIOS.
Yeah, this is where we start getting into them issues.
So now we got some memory artifacting.
Yeah, a lot now.
A lot of memory artifacting. We'll just let it run anyway, see what happens.
Well, a lot of times it still doesn't.
It's useful for troubleshooting too, because if you get this all the way through, it kind of tells us where the memory loses stability.
The computation's technically still working. It's just kind of bugging on the output display.
Yeah, this is where you get into some, what would you call it? I guess like philosophical debate on legitimacy of scores.
Yeah, just because it's off doesn't necessarily mean the computation's not working.
Right, so in other words, 3D Mark, the software, may still say, hey, this score is valid, and if people don't like stream their run, you never know if it actually looks correct or not.
Yeah.
So there's no real, like it could look like this the whole time, and if it's not streamed, there's no way to know. But 3D Mark might, as software, think it's valid. Because like Joe says, it's still computing everything correctly. Mathematically, it's just not showing it right.
We're also
oh, there you go.
we were pushing pretty hard. I think the GPU was jumping pretty high up there.
Yeah.
We probably might have been hitting 33.
100 megahertz, yeah.
Yeah, if we look, 3255.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty high frequency.
Let's try again.
It looked like a memory thing.
Yeah, usually when I start getting around here, I have to go a little bit colder, but this is the issue without the heater.
Someone says it was the slot cleaning for me. I don't know, maybe.
Could be.
Sometimes
what happens in the slot with the Vaseline, it could freeze too.
Yeah.
But I don't think at minus 30 that would really be the issue.
If it was, though, that'd be good, because that would mean if you wanted to put the mem heater on there, you'd probably fine, like, to throw it on there.
For sure. Now I'm going to just try to push it a little bit. Minus 115.
Let's see.
This is where it would just like fail.
Yeah. Yeah, going into a black hole. So this is terminology. I don't know like how official this is, but it's terminology we've used before with overclockers, where memory in particular hits these like black holes of frequency where. So let's say at like, I'm just gonna make up some numbers, say at 800 megahertz offset, it's good. 820, it looks like what you just saw. Normally your inclination is, okay, I'll back off, it's too high. But it's possible that if you jump up to say 880 megahertz offset or 900, suddenly it works great again. And so that typically people will refer to it as like a black hole, or you might hear them talk about memory straps, and that's kind of what that is.
There's also almost like, NVIDIA's always had CPU straps too. Like if you go like a certain, instead of going up like 25 on the count, you go like every 14 or whatever is that like the actual what you can go.
Right. Need more Allen-2 in those thermoses?
I think I have a full one still, so
okay.
I'm no rush.
Getting low.
Hoping to get a final run out of this one.
All right, let's see. How much is the board consuming? I don't know. The whole system's about 600
well,
watts.
We also, actually the heater's not connected, so never mind.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, usually the heater adds a little bit of wattage in there.
I don't know what that one is. I know one of the other heaters I had was 35 watts. Might have filled it a little much.
Oh, I think it reset the clocks.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes after a crash, it'll reset.
Something happened. Yeah, because 25,305. Oh, that's interesting. Might have to.
How expensive is liquid nitrogen? It's not too bad.
It's like 200 for a big tank delivered usually.
Yeah, it's about 200 a tank for 180 liters. It's around $1 a liter. Although I gotta call them because they accidentally charged me $500 instead of $200 this time.
Yeah, they like to do that.
Just a little mistake.
Just a little one. Charge you more than what?
Yeah, I mean, like, you get quotes on this stuff, and it's been the same for years, and it's like, oops.
Yeah, I think we're gonna really start hitting some memory things right now, but it's okay. I just disabled the driver and then re-enabled it.
Oh, okay, yeah. We could hit this question briefly again. You did this earlier, but worth doing. What's the purpose of only pouring small amounts at a time as opposed to dumping a bunch at once? This is a good question.
Temp regulation. Otherwise, it would get super cold. Like these components are very sensitive to temperature. So you want to try to keep a temperature like a constant temperature and not like a fluctuating temperature.
Right.
Because it needs that cold, so. Yeah, I think we're done.
Also helps with like,
Yeah, we're gonna have to heat up.
if there's a crash like this, you don't want a bunch of liquid nitrogen just sitting in there, because now there's no heat, because it's off, and it's a lot harder to torch it down if it's filled with liquid nitrogen. There's other small stuff too, like avoiding water buildup in the base of the pot. Pouring amount doesn't really affect that, but the stuff on the rim, like I'm messing with, does. So you might pour ice in there. $40 worth just spilled. No, that dewar is only 30 liters. So, yeah. So the just on the LN2 cost, I don't know how well the camera can see it back there, but there's a 180 liter tank back in the corner. It's, I don't know, it's pretty tall. The tank itself, like with LN2, comes up to about my chin. So that's 180 liters. We use a transfer hose to run that into a dewar just to make it easier to handle. The dewar is 30 liters. And the dewar, I think this is Joe's experience also, tends to hold a little bit better than a lot of these supplier tanks.
Oh, for sure.
They're pretty beat up, so.
I'm not on mute anymore, Andrew. Good? Okay. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm heating up. A lot of the times, too, when you crash like that, it makes the paste freeze. So what I do is I torch the hell out of it and get it all warm, and that way you can probably pull down again and play around.
Yeah, and you're back booted already, so pretty good.
Yeah. It would be nice if I had the heater now. It's kind of the...
I don't get why you wouldn't have an automatic dispensing system. We talked about this earlier. It's just easier to manage this way.
Yeah, it's a lot less setup and...
Automation for this kind of thing, I mean, you're getting into like programming, you know, when...
You also have to be careful too, like, because it's not... it can't be technically a closed loop system because you have to have some type of pressure release because technically it can explode.
Right.
So like you have to be very careful for trying to close loop liquid nitrogen. So it's also a safety hazard.
Yeah, and then also for automatic dispensing, if you build it like a dumb if statement or something, if it's too stupid and it just looks for a certain temperature and then like open the valve, you might not want it open because it's near the end of the benchmark, and if you start dumping LN2 into it at the end of the benchmark, you know, it's possible you just freeze it when you really want to stop pouring.
If I remember correctly, I think when Vince was doing it, he would tell me about the valves, how expensive they were too. Like I think they were like $500 a piece or something, like $600. And if you need like several different valves, like there's like it gets really expensive really quick.
Yeah, and you need to build software for it to really do it right. And
well, not just the valves, you got to have pots too. So you got to basically engineer a pot that can handle that. So it's not just dumping it in there; it's also
circulating it or something.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like. There's a lot of work into it. Like, not to say it's never been done or it can't be done. It's just not really manageable, especially when we can do this in a couple minutes. You know, the setup would probably take a couple hours just to do.
Yeah, EVGA RoboClocker is the closest thing to what you're talking about. We have a video on it. Burner, actually, in chat, who made this LN2 pot, says the other problem is manufacturing a dosing system is a pain.
Yeah.
So.
It really is a pain. Like, it's not like...
And it's such small...
it's a small market that if we spend that money to build that system, we're not going to get the money back.
Right. So that's why manufacturers don't... I mean, yeah, it's like... If this were somehow the closest thing you maybe get is like medical, but At that point, it's just so different.
I mean, you could find the people that spent $5,000 on that StarTech box and
SkyTech.
get those.
Yeah.
Get enough
true.
of those people.
Yeah, you collect enough people who bought the SkyTech machine that we just reviewed, and you might be able to crowdfund it. Yeah.
It was so good.
Joe was in that. He had a cameo in that video. It's pretty funny. Where do I find the benchmark record list? I will paste it for you in chat. So current high score, someone was just asking. Oh, this is a good question, too. Do the guys with the current world record have a dispensing system? No,
Probably
I don't
not.
think so. The only one I ever really saw place ranks was Vince's RoboClocker, and that's several generations.
No, there was another one too, but like his setup. I'm trying to remember the name of what he used to call it because I don't think he doesn't do it anymore.
Oh, okay.
But there was another guy that had a really badass system. He actually had a GPU CPU setup that was actually way more manageable than Vince's system was. But it was just I don't know. It was just too difficult to like get it all set up because you know how it is with like water cooling and stuff, getting everything working and getting everything going. It's very similar, but imagine throwing liquid nitrogen into that.
Right.
It just makes it almost just
impossible.
Yeah,
There's
just unmanageable.
For people asking about the score, so 29,027 is his current high score. Joe's,
Yes.
which has him.
It was minus 33, and then it went to minus 35.
Okay.
Darn it.
So you're a little lower than you were a minute ago.
Oh yeah, it's okay. I was just doing a run on it.
Getting it working.
Yeah.
So yeah, 29,000. That has him at about I think 17th or something like that. 18th somewhere in there, right above BPS Customs and above J.
I think we did pretty much what we wanted to do.
I think he pretty much.
Yeah.
He knocked the two YouTubers down. So then everyone else is like, I'm not sure a lot of these names actually. I don't know if you know them.
No.
Tech Lab I've seen before.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
You gotta beat him.
most of these other names I'm not familiar with, which I
think
don't.
with the 3080, we went back and forth with him about.
Oh yeah, we
that
did.
was fun.
Do you know this this person? They've got a couple high scores right now.
No idea.
So, yeah,
I think it's MSI because if you look at it, it's a Unify board.
Okay. A lot of these companies have basically professional overclockers who they mix overclocking with engineering work.
Yeah.
So like High Cookie would be one, works for Gigabyte.
Yeah, he's more well known. A lot of these guys are like closet guys. They're not really announcing too much.
Right.
Like they're not like really public about it.
Yeah,
they just do it and put it up.
They're kind of behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And the company doesn't pay them necessarily to be like a face of marketing just for engineering. But you get the opposite with like High Cookie or Kingpin from EVGA, where they do a lot of engineering but also marketing through the scores. Oh, link. Yes, I will share a link in chat. And our score is not uploaded yet, just for people asking. Do that after.
I keep it around 105, I think.
Cambotar apparently is a YouTuber as well. I don't know
Who
that is, though. This entry here, 9th place, Cambotar.
Oh, really? That's nice.
Let's see.
Always like having have more people join the mix.
Yeah, it's good. Like it's great.
Yeah, it creates more fun. Like it kind of it's kind of boring when you do it all by yourself. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, here's Cambotar's. They've got a YouTube video.
Oh,
on
very
it.
cool.
I don't know if it's a team or one person or what, but.
Awesome.
Andy's wearing a NASA shirt, so we're not going to be able to compete. It's too much science. NASA shirts are intimidating.
How awesome is that?
That's cool. Okay, so you got another goal. That's.
Yeah.
Are there?
Well, I already have scores.
Yeah.
What you see here is just the beginning. But Steve won't let me keep the card, so.
Joe has a secret score we can't talk about. He'll upload it later.
Oh. Secret scores. That's kind of like, they call it sandbagging.
Yeah. People accuse AMD and Intel of doing that all the time in the presentations.
It's kind of one of those things like, I don't know, it's kind of like you're on that fine line.
Yeah.
Like they're like, you can't really do it, but sometimes you can't. I don't know.
Oh, we got
I just hate when people do it in competitions.
number 11 rank on the boards is in chat. Aloe ALOU. Alo. Oh, number 10th. Oh, maybe got bumped down, but was number 10th when I loaded this page. Number 11th now.
Awesome.
That's cool. I like that. I like seeing everyone show up.
Hell yeah.
I think you're pretty safe right now.
Yeah, we need a heater. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it without the heater.
I'm pretty happy with the results so far, though. This is great.
Yeah, I was getting a little frustrated with the with our minus 30 CB there.
Yeah, you got past it though.
Yeah, we get past. But I think we really need that heater to be able to get to the next step. I think we might be locked to this particular clock. I think that's what happened to me yesterday. Yeah. And then as soon as I started introducing the heater, I could bench another 15 degrees.
Yeah,
which gave me another couple. I forget what they're called, but bringing the GPU up more.
Our distributor, the guy who a friend of mine who handles shipping all the coasters and all the other stuff we sell, sent me a message. He said during the stream, he said, "Figured since you're being challenged to break scores, we would challenge your viewers to break our operations with shipment volume." And he also says, "Big thanks to all the customers of the new debug coaster packs. Yeah. Shipping team is working daily on it. Thanks for all the support from the shipping and fulfillment team for keeping us busy."
Yeah.
So thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You'll be happy with the coasters.
I told him we have like a bit of our own competition back and forth where I'll ping him distribution guy and say how we're gonna try and bury them with order volume like when we launch a new thing.
That's cool.
And then he's like, "Okay, I'm keeping up. You know, when's it coming? when are you gonna bring it on?"
Let's do like 350.
They want the emotional support clamp and the memory heater.
Yeah, you should give them
the chat's asking for it.
You should just create one just for the heck of it. Oh no, this is
gonna. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Card's really frosty now. You get a shot of that already?
Yeah, this is the problem. Memory is definitely not liking it. That's why you see all the Space Invaders going on.
Yeah, it might be time for the memory heater.
Yeah. The problem is I gotta break it. I gotta heat it up.
You want me to try and get it on there?
I'll keep it on the same. Nah, it's just not worth it. I'd rather. It's so wet now that like you're just gonna trap more moisture.
Good point.
Like I would just heat up and then it wouldn't take long because you'd heat it up, spray out the pot, dry it off just a tiny bit, and then actually put the heater on.
The back is like complete ice.
It's gonna be a total crapshoot right there.
Look at the screen, Joe, right here. You see the back of the card?
Oh yeah, that's pretty typical for years that we've always done that.
But that's why you don't want to just slap the heater on it.
Because all that moisture is going to be trapped, right?
Yeah.
Oh, see, like it's just. Yeah, I'm going to have to torch, so. I'm muted, so.
Okay, Joe's muted so you can torch it. So, yeah, the leaderboards, I'm still seeing questions for it, but I will, I'll throw this out here. If you ever do want to pull up the leaderboards, like after the stream or something, if you search for 3D Mark Hall of Fame, so 3D Mark, they're the company that makes a lot of benchmarks like Firestrike, you may have heard of, Time of Spy, Port Royal. We don't have any like affiliation with them, but I do like using the software a lot. It's what we're using today because it produces really easy scores for just like, am I improving it or is it getting worse? And then there's some correlation with gaming, but for the most part, it's kind of for fun, for ranks. So that's where you'd find it. What's the highest score they're saying? So highest score was 29. Someone's asking if I was going to try an OC today. I did earlier at the beginning, and I passed it to Joe. He's the expert.
We were having issues, right?
So yeah, I just played around a little bit at the start.
Sabotaged me.
So 29,027 points is the current high score to answer that question.
27? I thought it was 100.
Did you hit 100 at some point? I missed it if so. I think it was 29,027. Let's see. Just trying to keep it with chats, see what they're saying. There are a lot of comments about how insane the back of the card looked with all the ice. Next one. Flamethrower time, yeah, basically.
That's the fun part. Fire.
A lot of people saying frosty about the back of the card.
Oh, yeah.
How well can this do 8K? I mean, better than
Could
any
try.
card before it. It can technically kind of do 8K.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pull.
Let's see. This looks a tad raw for newcomers. Yeah, I mean, if you've like never built a computer before, you should hit a few steps before this.
We might want to put it in the hot box.
Okay, sure. Do you want to
keep it on the pot though?
Do you want to try another run? Or
Oh yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, definitely want to try another run, but I want to have the heater on so that way we can bench at minus. I need that extra temperature for anything.
Yeah, let's put it over here.
Yeah.
Just so we get the noise away from us. Do you want to explain what we're going to do while I clear space?
Yeah, so what we do is, I call it the hot box. So basically what I do is I put the card in the box and then we put a heater on it.
And the box is hot.
Yeah, and what it does is it's almost like creating like a fake oven.
Right.
And what it does, it will heat up the card, and that way you take out the moisture that might be stuck in the back of the chip. You never know where the moisture is really at. So yeah, you just put the card down and.
How hot do you want to run it?
I have it set to like 160, I think, whatever's there.
Do you do medium speed, high speed?
No, that's fine. No, all the way up.
All the way?
Yeah, because 160 is not that high.
I'll let you position
Is that
it.
on the card?
It is pretty close, so you might want to move it.
Yeah, at this point.
Do you want to put a thing to buffer it?
No, the problem is it needs to be higher. So when I was doing it before, the pot wasn't on it, right?
Yeah,
Do you have another box?
maybe. Let me see if I can do this one. Not really. You just hold it. I'll hold it up, or we can prop it up with something. Tape engineering.
It's a redneck engineer.
Yeah.
It's gonna,
You want to hold it? Or you want me to tape it?
it's gonna fall off.
Is it tipping? So yeah, we're heating the card up right now, and then he's gonna try the memory heater again now that it's getting too cold.
Yeah, memory is really the problem on this particular card. It needs to be. If we can force it a little bit forward. Yeah, there you go. That should be perfect.
All right, cool.
Yeah, when you get cold, memory, like this particular card, it's not a bin card. It's basically just like if you bought one off the shelf and started messing with it. So
Right.
it's not like a bin. We didn't really go through it. We didn't really do too much with it, so it's actually pretty impressive that we can get this far with it.
Oh yeah, it's done great.
Because it's not really, most of the times when you see like overclocking stuff, they probably go through the best of a couple cards or something like that.
Right.
I know usually when I do cards, it's like I'll go try to get a couple cards and go through each card and then offload the bad ones.
Someone pointed
Take
out
the best ones.
score number 4 has relatively low memory and core clocks compared to ours, which might be some of that efficiency stuff we're talking about. I've noticed the 58X3Ds.
It could be we might have to force rebar. It could be,
Yeah.
like in the operating system, a lot of the times it could be a problem.
Yeah, that's what someone was suggesting that
But the
earlier.
problem is you have to do inspector and
It's not worth doing that during the
yeah, we
stream.
can't do it.
It's worth checking BIOS, make sure it's forced on.
It is. I have it. I know.
Okay.
There's 2 spots in the BIOS on the ASRock board.
Yeah.
And they're both enabled. But the
Okay.
problem is in the OS, sometimes the OS can be hokey. So technically it probably would be better to do it that way, but
Yeah.
it's just how it is. It's different when you stream. Anybody can do it at home, but you got to do it live is a lot more difficult. People don't realize.
Is this an FE card? Yes.
Yeah, it's a Founders Edition.
And yeah, it is harder to do live, all this
Yeah,
stuff.
I
Because we're
know-
trying to do everything quickly, too.
Yeah,
so-
it's kind of like this is not normally how it's usually done. A lot of the times I wouldn't bench so long, so
Well, and also you'll spend like 8 hours working on it, but you have like these hour-long breaks for it to cool off.
Yep.
Or whatever, heat up, I guess.
yeah,
Not cool off.
cool off. Yeah, well,
It's already cold.
I always do that.
Yeah.
I'm always like, yeah, I got to bring the temperature down. I mean, up
Yeah.
all the time.
Negative numbers are confusing.
How's this thing holding up over here? Nice.
Oh yeah. So for people asking about the heat, that is in Fahrenheit. That heat gun. So when Joe said 160, it's in Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's really not that hot. I mean, 160 Fahrenheit is not really that bad.
No, I mean especially like they can run at 100 C. I mean they shouldn't, but they can. So.
Yeah, they're built to handle at least that, you know.
Yeah.
So us pushing. Usually I use a hairdryer, but you would think Steve would have a hairdryer, but no. They don't make beard dryers. I think maybe they do, but
you can start. You can start making.
I ride my motorcycle, man. That's how I clean.
That's
the
how
beard.
you dry
That's
your
how
beard.
I dry the beard. I get a good blowout just riding the motorcycle.
Let's see what chat's saying. Did you? Oh, I went off for a few minutes. Did you solve the issue with minus 28C? Yes.
Yes.
You were taking it down to minus 65 after that. Is that
No,
right?
I went down to minus 115.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but then we started running into the memory issues because it obviously is getting too cold and then causing memory. So we don't really know what fixed it technically, but
Yeah, it's one of those like ideally in troubleshooting you do one thing at a time.
we really did two things. We changed two things. So it could be the PCIe slot or it could be the way we were mounting it.
Yeah.
So it'd be funny if that bottom corner is not attached like last time. And now we
Yeah.
can bench colder. Kinda funny.
Maybe.
Could be.
Ever thought of creating heaters for memory? So there are heaters for memory. That's what he's
A
about
bunch
to.
of guys have done it.
Yeah, he's gonna attach them soon.
Usually the big problem though, like trying to do memory heaters, is that the pot is connected to the core and the memory is right around the core, so it's hard to actually adapt something to it. So a lot of the times we put heaters on the back and it just keeps the whole card hot.
Right. A couple people asking what is the resolution we run for Port Royal, and Port Royal's default resolution is 1440p. If you just click run, that's what it'll be at, I think.
Yeah, we didn't change that.
So we don't
If
change
you
that.
change that, it invalidates the results.
Yeah,
So like,
right.
there's only a certain amount of things that you can change in there. So you want to be careful. You want to definitely have rebar on.
Yeah.
It depends on your motherboard, I guess. So like I know there's several options in ASRock to turn it on and off. So I know I for sure leave it on.
Yeah,
So.
we'll double check, but it should. Yeah, you said.
Thule is. What's up, brother? He's
In
like, you
chat?
need an NVIDIA inspector. Yeah, I could probably wreck everybody by putting
With that NVIDIA
Yeah.
inspector.
Probably my bad, but
Do you want me to try and download it over here? And
I probably have several versions that we could just probably connect a hard drive to. The problem is trying to get it working.
yeah, I don't know. I haven't really worked with
I
it
don't think it really for the stream. It would take too long.
too long. Yeah.
Oh, crook! I missed bearded hardware. Yeah, I'm back, brother. You're gonna see a lot more videos coming from me now. We have lots of fun.
There's interesting hardware out now too.
Well, that's kind of the big thing too. I feel like there was a lot of stuff that I don't know. The hardware wasn't really that great for a while. I think
Well,
one of the most
the shortages kind of killed interest, right?
I think the biggest point was like I don't really like overclocking stuff when people can't get it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an ego thing. Like I don't really have an ego for that. I'd rather be able to show you stuff that you can buy.
Yeah, it's not about like look at how great my
Yeah,
score
I don't-
is. You know, it's like look at what this thing can do.
Yeah,
So-
it's kind of one of those things where I
Hey.
kind of feel more bad that you can't get it, and it makes me not like enjoy
Yeah,
actually
but
doing
now
it.
it's gotten a lot better than a year ago.
Oh, it was really bad a year ago.
How do you feel about that dry out? Do you
Yeah,
want-
that should be fine. That's probably good enough. You can tell.
Yeah. That looks pretty good to
Yeah.
me.
We'll probably just have to put some more VASP back on it, and then just look how
Yeah.
we had it right on the one section. Yeah.
What's with all the flasks? Joe probably has gone through about
Drinking problem. No.
Joe's probably you don't want to have if you have a drinking problem with Alan too, you're gonna have real problems real fast. This has gone. We've used probably 40 liters, 45 liters maybe now.
It's really not that bad compared to like old stuff I used
Oh
to do.
yeah, especially since it's only GPU, no CPU. I'm glad you didn't do CPU today.
Yeah, well, this CPU is not actually that bad. Like, it's pretty efficient. The AMD stuff is really nice. It's one of the reasons why I really like the 7950X. It's a really badass setup.
Yeah.
It's very efficient. Like the power usage. Like I don't know. When I see my power bill in Florida, we have some decent electric bills. So like lately, it's been more kind of concerning about how much power
Yeah.
you use because I don't want to leave the system on and then all of a sudden I get like an insane bill,
Yeah.
you know. So I do see like how people like want to concentrate on how much power is being used.
Yeah,
you know?
right.
So, but with the 7950 for how much power, like I would use this as my daily. Like I was having a lot of fun on water cooled, just benching almost 5.6.
Yeah,
like,
it does.
Cinebench
It does
like
well.
5.6. That's crazy.
Is it worth
So-
blowing out this PCI slot like before? I don't know. Is it? Probably we kept it out of there, but has
It
it
actually
looked?
looks pretty good.
Okay.
I'm not so sure. I would actually probably just.
Good question from chat though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
chat's pretty good today.
Yeah. Andrew. Battery. Yeah, sorry about the good catch, Andrew, to mute it so quick. Yeah. I get. Thanks, Andrew, for
Good catch.
jumping on it. I mean, I guess he didn't have much of a choice because Andrew heard everything, whatever went through to the stream. He got to hear it too. So, all right, is that better? See how that is.
Can you hear me now?
Sorry, the battery died.
Happens when you're streaming for hours.
Let me make sure mine's okay. Mine's all right still. Okay. Yeah, chats. Sorry. I saw it from Andrew. He went like with the headphones.
Hey, it could have been a lot worse. That's for sure. Oh man,
Yeah, I feel bad because it does actually.
Yeah, I heard it from here to be honest,
Yeah.
from over there. Sorry guys.
All the other batteries look good, so
Yeah, it's not much we can really do with it, dude.
I do actually feel pretty bad about that. That's what when we kill the mics after recording, I always wait for Andrew to take the headphones off too, because it'll do the same thing.
Is that just on these particular headphones? Because I noticed like when you walk on the other side, it does it too. Like
It
when
does
you
what?
fall out. When you fall out of signal range.
Oh
it does
yeah,
it.
it'll do that if you get out of signal. Yeah.
All right, so
I like the chat's good today. They repay us with that. Burner's still in chat. I see people replying to him. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, it's fixed, so he should be okay now. All right. What's the plan for the?
just gonna try to run it again. I'm almost ready, so I'm just I'm not gonna put the emotional sensitive clamps on, but
Yeah. So you're just gonna strap it basically?
yeah. Well, last night we were benching with one heat pad,
Yeah.
and now we're benching with two. It might actually help a little bit more, get more concentrated heat. So we'll see.
So I'll tell on Twitter. I'll just say we are attempting a final run. I think.
Yeah, it's probably be the final one. Hopefully we can get a decent run out of it. Put the temp probe in.
All right. Wait, what? Some of the chats confuse me sometimes.
Oh, what are they saying? What, Joe rules?
No, not this time. Can I borrow a SATA cable? No. You can have one.
Everybody's obsessed
Yeah.
with SATA cables. You know what I'm really disappointed that I haven't heard?
What?
I don't even know if I want to say it. Nobody likes tater tots anymore.
Oh, I saw some of those.
Oh, there was.
Yeah, I saw
okay,
a
now
couple.
now I'm happy. Okay, you made my
Yeah,
day there.
I saw a couple tater tot comments.
You gotta love the tots, bro. Don't tater the tot.
How is how's the audio now? Someone's saying, two people saying the audio's a little quiet now. I don't know if you dropped them both or just one.
Is it mine or is it Steve's?
Back roughly the same spot.
Okay, well maybe we'll see if chat complains more than just two people. Okay. Yeah, I mean.
So funny.
I need to. I don't really know if there's a solution for that other than, I guess we could put all fresh alkalines in every stream.
That's the tough part. Or you can change them to rechargeable.
We use those, but the rechargeable ones, the problem with lithium-ion rechargeable is there's voltage drop as you use them, or there's not the same voltage drop as you use them. Alkaline has voltage drop, and so the battery life indicator reads that voltage drop to tell you how long's left on it. But lithium-ion holds about the same voltage the whole time.
Yep.
And so it just says 3 bars, 3 bars, 3 bars, 3
Then
bars,
die.
dead. Yeah.
Speaking of lithium-ion, we haven't
Oh, they're
done
saying
anything-
audio's fine, Andrew. Go ahead.
We've done anything with the board. The e-board.
Oh, yeah. Joe's into e-boards.
Hell yeah. I love riding e-boards.
You should talk about yours while
My
Well, you set this up.
monstrosity of, I think it does almost like 6,000 watts. It's got a, what is it, a 15S 10P battery. So I can do like 35 miles or something like that on the board.
range or speed?
Range.
Yeah.
No, the
That's a lot of
top
range.
speed with the battery, I've pulled 45 miles an hour with my big ass on that.
That's
Pretty
that's
yeah.
good range too.
Well, it's not like you can't hold 45 mile an hour with me on it for 35 miles. That would be pretty impressive. But
Yeah.
with lithium ions, when you have them like just charged, you
Right.
can get most of the
Yeah, I've noticed
power
that.
out of them.
I've noticed that with like e-bikes and stuff where
Yeah, fully charged, you get
it's
more
just
performance.
like another 6 miles an hour or something. Yeah.
Yep. No, but I like to. I have another board coming. My board is pretty crazy, but I have another all-wheel drive version, which has 4 motors. They're both like I think 4,000 peak watts.
Uh-huh.
So 4 of those puppies with dual controllers. Oh, dude, it's gonna probably scare the crap out of me.
Oh,
but
yeah?
I love
Yeah.
it.
I'd say so.
I would love just something about it. There's not more of a rush.
Vince's e-bike is scary.
Just imagine being on the board.
Kingpin in Taiwan works for EVGA. We did a few videos where I rode his e-bike with him, and he's got a couple. He has one that goes like probably almost 60 miles an hour. He's got 2 lower, like 50 something,
Bikes are safe.
and well, there's safer than the board.
Trust me, when you
at least
ride a
there's
board.
more weight, you know, like. But they're scary fast. They're fun though. But I mean, you wear. For the e-bikes, we're wearing motorcycle helmets because you're at that speed. So
Yeah, on the board you got to be careful. I mean,
Yeah.
it's definitely a lot more dangerous than on a bike. It's just one of those things where.
let's see. Lap the GPU die when from GTA PC. We're not going to do that. People have done it though. We have a short video we filmed for the setup for this. It needs to be edited still, but where we used a laser scanner to look at the flatness of the GPU die, and it's pretty consistent. But you can actually really see like where NVIDIA puts its name in there and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, it definitely doesn't matter for normal use. Maybe matters on the edge if you have a really good die for this stuff. But for the most part, I think no. No, yeah. I think we're still okay on the levels here.
I think we're good.
Yeah, you're booted.
Oh, we should be good now.
How does it feel? Ivocati Production says, how does it feel to have the Ultimate Tech trio back together, overclocking? Tech Odin, Ocular Moses, which is what Ivocati Productions calls Andrew behind the camera, and Tech Jesus. Are you guys going for tater tots after the stream? I mean, I want to.
I kind of want to. Yeah.
I know I know a good place now.
Yeah, we need some tots.
They do.
We need to replenish.
Yeah, they do loaded like
Loaded tots.
bacon cheese tots and stuff. Yeah.
Nice. Go full fat kid on that.
I mean, I'm pretty hungry right now.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry by the minute.
That's what we'll use. Evocati Productions sent in $10 for that message, so we'll use that on the tater tots. What are you thinking? Is it gonna work for our last run or no?
No, we're done now.
You want to disconnect the heater and try and boot without it until you're cold, or
I wonder if it's a PCIe.
slot?
the only thing I could think of.
Yeah.
Because now we have the heater back, and now we're having the same problem, and the only thing we adjusted was the actual putting the heater on,
Right.
but adjusting the actual PCIe slot. So, actually,
Yeah.
before we get started, we should probably pull this and maybe clean out the slot. Real quick.
CRC.
Yeah. There we go.
So this is gonna be like probably our last attempt at this, but current score, he's at about 17th or 18th place, somewhere in there, ahead of Jay and BPS for now. Anyway, BPS might have some more in the tank. That's kind of a big piece of Vaseline. Yeah, look at that. That might be. All right.
Yeah, there's some big chunks when we melt it down in there.
Yeah.
I want to try the blower.
Blower. Yeah, we're gonna mute the mics for a second because it's gonna be loud. Okay. All right, I muted mine. All right, cool. So we're gonna do the last run here. 29,000, I think 27 points or something like that, where we are.
Something like that.
So that's. I think we're both pretty happy with that, but I think it's possible for you to do a top 10 though.
Well,
Maybe not today, but.
Of course.
What?
The Pro popped.
Oh. Thermocouple.
Yeah.
You unmuted?
No.
Oh, really?
I will in a sec.
Okay.
I might be cursing.
Let's see. Is she Dunsky? I don't know. We'll find out. So it all still works. It's just a question of like, can we keep overclocking it today? And we're gonna try one more run. Right now he's getting the LN2, the thermocouple, I mean, back in there into the LN2 pot. And he's got the heater on, which we should probably leave off until you get it cold. Like power, I mean. All right, and the slot has been cleaned out, so.
Could have been from heating up yesterday.
Oh, your mic.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Don't you worry. No, good. Thanks for the reminder. If we start getting the same issues at minus 20, it's probably pointless.
People want you to do a video on your channel about your e-board.
Yeah? I've been wanting to be
I think you
honest.
should. It's technology. It's all hardware.
Yeah. Well, I got to do some 7950X stuff first. I got some. This chip is actually really, really, really nice. So it deserves to be on a stream and have some videos on it. So.
Yeah, people were asking what we were running, so that answers it.
Yeah, this 7950X is really nice too. I got a. It's a reviewer sample, which are just usually average chips, but this one in particular is actually really, really good. So it does 6.5 Cinebench, but it will do it all the time. So it's a pretty reliable chip, but it'd be fun to show on some streams. And then I do plan on doing an e-board video. I've just been waiting because I have another board coming with the quads. So I kind of want to have like, I got to do it in the pipeline.
Do a comparison, both of them or something.
Yeah, it's just I have to. So I think I have a buddy that has the balls enough to actually ride mine. To be honest, it's
scary.
It's an intense board. Like not many people will ride it. It can be very scary to be honest. If you let off, like it can like.
Yeah, that's how the e-bikes are too. Because like, especially if you accidentally, I don't know if the boards probably
they're
don't
very
have this,
similar. To be honest, a lot of the controllers are the same for boards and bikes.
Do they have the regenerative braking on those or no?
You can, yeah.
It seems like
it's controllable.
It'd be dangerous.
Yeah,
right?
like
throw you off the board.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like
because it just instantly like kills the power and you get back.
It gets scary. Like if you don't want to have the regen because as soon as you let off, you can go flying forward.
Yeah.
Like so, usually we just turn it all the way off. Most of the controllers and stuff that you use on the bikes are actually compatible with the boards.
Yeah.
And back and forth.
It.
To be honest, I feel like the e-bikes, there's a lot more cheap controllers out there. Like
probably, it's a big market now.
Yeah, so. like a lot of the board stuff, like if you get are better quality.
Yeah.
So, because I actually have an e-bike, but I keep on getting bad parts. I had a controller that blew, and then I've been going through like And I have a couple motors that were like,
We have had one person saying, one person was saying the board is probably the issue. I don't know. It's possible. Like,
nah. Oh, what, for the cold issue?
no, I think for just the stability in general. Do you need to bring it down more? Oh, 13.
No, it should be fine.
Stock run?
Yeah, it's nothing crazy.
So this will probably be, we're approaching the last few runs here. He's going to get it cold.
I just want to just do a basically stability run, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the heater on or anything.
You need RGB gloves.
RGB gloves.
That'd be cool for the LN2 course. I don't know.
RGB gloves?
Yeah. Like, then that way, if
Probably do like a battery operated.
that way, if it soaks, you can stick the LEDs to your hand permanently.
Then you'll be permanently RGB.
Yeah. So he's doing stability run.
I love my Ice Giant.
Yeah, some fans of that ice giant. That's what the cooler is for anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah, most people don't realize, like, but this is like in between water cooling and an air cooler. Like, it will give you almost the performance of water cooling with a lot less setup.
It's a thermosiphon.
So, like, I brought it up here because I bring it up to Steve's. I don't want to be setting up a water cooling system and going through, like, the pump, the reservoir, filling it up, and doing all that. I just brought this up, and I can get pretty much 90% of what I can get on water cooling.
Yeah.
So, and for me doing performance stuff, that's very beneficial because it's ease. So
It's
like,
nice because you can rapidly just be like, okay, well, this is fast enough, for Port Royal. So.
well, even for like if you were doing competitions and stuff like that. So when we traveled all the way to Taiwan, we don't want to bring a whole water cooling system. We could just bring the cooler.
It's a lot.
And you could pack that in something,
Right.
Trying to get all like the rads, the reservoir, then you have to deal with the liquid, and then it's basically a lazy overclocker. That's all it is.
But you're at like 5 point something on that 7950X. It's pretty good.
Dude, I was running 5.4 on this.
Yeah.
With the 7950X Cinebench R20 and
Very
R23,
good.
which is really good.
So this 28,380 score he just got, this is just kind of getting it back working again.
Yeah, I want to see if we can have the cold issues.
And the current high score Joe's gotten is 29,027. So doing pretty damn good.
I'm a bit worried
today.
about the temp though. Hopefully we don't see that again. I have seen where Vaseline in the wrong spot when it freezes, it causes issues. So maybe that's what's the problem.
I
with
mean,
the
all
PCI
the freezing and thawing we're doing,
it doesn't help.
Yeah, you got. At some point, you need to just do like a full clean off of the card.
Yeah, and we've also been bitching this for the past couple of days. So.
Yeah, and several hours, like today and last night alone on this setup. So. Yeah.
Hopefully we can get cold. If we can't get under -30, we probably just might as well break
it down. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't want to, but it's not giving me many options.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping we can get it down cold, and I can just pop on the heater, and then we go.
Someone in chat was mentioning this. It is actually pretty cool. So these vapors that are going into the ice giant cooler, it is actually cold, like that LN2 vapor.
Yeah, I think it's the PCIe slot.
You think that's what's bugging out?
Yeah, because now we're good again.
Yeah. Maybe it just dripped in there.
Well, the problem is it's heating up no matter
Yeah.
what.
So yeah, the vapor as it gets pulled into the CPU cooler, it
Can you
doesn't-
put?
Yeah, where you want it.
I just want
in
somewhere
between?
just so it doesn't fall in. It could be
Yeah, I
that
got it.
when the heater is melting the vase and the vase
Yeah.
is falling into the slot and then freezing up.
Let's try to not hit the fan.
That's okay. It's your finger, not mine. I used to do that. Like we used to have the finger choppers, man.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, there's a couple times where all of a sudden I stuck my finger in there and blood starts shooting out all over. I wish you
Like
could
a
get those
Monty
things
Python sketch. Or
exactly,
something. Yeah.
but real life. But that never happens on stream. Back then, I never used to do videos.
Also,
so.
the fans you were using were probably a lot.
Oh, dude, you
lot
wouldn't.
higher in RPM.
You couldn't stream with them anyway because they'd be so you'd hear whine. You think coil whine's bad.
I think you need one on this half. I got up to the cable. But
I just don't want to touch it too much.
What's it looking? What'd you set for the clocks on that one?
I think of another plus 50 than from the normal one. You'll see, because it's at probably about 14.2, 14.3.
Yeah.
So it'd probably be like a little bit under, between J's and, yeah.
BPS.
Yeah, so 756. Pretty good.
All right, pretty good. Yeah.
All right, so let's start jumping it up
See
to
if you can
300.
climb it back up, yeah.
Yeah, well, the point is needing cold, and I need cold with unbugging memory.
Right.
Like, this is also not like a binned card, you know. A lot of the times, like when we bin cards, we go through to find the ones that don't have cold issues. This one, it has an obvious cold issue with memory. When you hit a certain temp, it really just goes to crap. So, a lot of the times when we were going to do benching, we would try to find, we'd go through a bunch of cards, and we'd try to find the ones that don't have cold issues with memory. So, like, this would be a bad candidate, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So it all depends.
Yeah, you would have binned it out a long time
Yeah,
ago.
as soon as I would have benched it, I would be like, let's try something else.
Yeah.
Because when you start adding like heaters and stuff in it, then you gotta, you're kind of almost asking for problems. But
Yeah, for sure. More complexity.
yeah.
I just remember working with Vince for like the Jay versus Steve Vince thing
Oh,
where
yeah,
he was on site.
Yeah, the EVJ stream.
Yeah, it was really fun. But I remember he kept telling us, he was like, now remember, when you take the card out of the board, you have to unplug the memory heater if you're going to leave the, because if you're going to boot it warm, if the memory heater on, it's going to have problems.
Yep.
And I think Jay and I both, like, one of the first things we did was forget to unplug the memory heater.
Well, usually it's you either forget to unplug it or you forget to plug it in.
Oh, that's what I did. Jay forgot to unplug it,
Yeah.
and I forgot to plug it back in. So
Yeah, I'm notorious for forgetting to unplug it. So I'll be running it. But I actually did that yesterday. We were running the card or something, or the CPU for a while, and the CPU actually had the heater running on the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it didn't do much, but that's why, like, this setup's pretty solid. I've been really testing the crap out of this setup, so it's quite nice.
Yeah.
I'm really happy with this 7950 and the Tai Chi.
Very
even though I don't like the
stable.
name.
Evocati Productions asked, where can I buy that shirt Tech Odin is wearing?
Yeah, you can't.
I don't think they sell it.
No, I think it's.
Have they seen the back of it? This is an AMD shirt. Not official. I don't think they're cleared to sell this, but the overclocking team made it for some fun.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. I thought it was such a creative shirt, like so cool. They need to start selling them. To be honest, I actually told them to.
Yeah.
They should, because like they've given me I think I have most of their limited shirts too. Like I have like 4 shirts of theirs. I should have brought them up.
The OC team was telling me how Lisa Sue came through the lab, and like the way Bill told it. Oh wow, yeah, you keep getting up there. So you're climbing back up to 29K. The way he told the story, he was like, yeah, Lisa Sue came through the lab and she was like kind of joking, but she's also the CEO, so we weren't sure. And and she said, wow,
she
you
seems
guys
really cool.
Yeah, he's like, wow, you guys spend a lot of money on shirts. He wasn't sure if it was like stop spending my money on shirts.
Oh. Hey, well, they are really cool. So, like, they're some of my favorite shirts, to be honest. I have another one that's like the Phoenix team one, and that one is like probably my ultimate favorite. I forgot where I put it.
The new one?
Let
me see if I have.
I think it's relatively. Yeah, see, I have that one too. I have the purple one.
Yeah,
I have
the red one.
I'm wearing that one, and then there's the Phoenix one. Yes, that's one of my favorites. I feel like that one's so cool.
I forget if this was a code name for.
I forget what the story was of it, but
it's a code name. I forget which product it is.
But that's like I just think it's such a cool shirt. Like they should sell on them. They should sell them. I mean, they're good quality too. Like they really put some thought into it.
Yeah, I mean, they make real shirts.
Yeah.
That's what last time when we did a stream with AMD's OC team, we asked the chat to chime in like, hey, if you guys want AMD to sell this stuff on their merch store instead of, like mountain bikes and socks, then post a comment and we'll show it to AMD.
How funny.
They do have socks, by the way. So does Intel.
That's all right. I barely wear socks. It's only in cold areas.
It's dangerous with liquid nitrogen.
Yeah. I wear sandals most of the time.
NVIDIA doesn't have any branded socks yet. mean, kind of behind the curve a little bit.
Because they put so much into their box.
That's true. Yeah, I showed Joe the 4090 FE box. It has like actual box engineer, like it's no joke engineering.
Yeah, like
box.
they put a lot into the box. Probably more than they should have.
I remember asking someone from NVIDIA, I said, so how much are the consumers paying for this box out of the MSRP? And he said, I have no idea. It's not cheap though.
No. You could tell that they went and, I don't know, but it's kind of pointless though. I really think they should probably do something else. Maybe shirts or something.
Yeah.
Include a shirt with your card.
How many watts now? It's like 680?
This should be a decent run, to be honest.
630, 600.
Seems a little low.
I saw it dip to 130 watts right at the end for a second, like before it ended. So.
Yeah, but it does that at the end. Like
Okay,
it does some weirdness at the end there.
You're getting back to where you were. Really close.
I know, but anything under 29 is a waste. A waste.
So what are you gonna do now?
Just pump it up more. It's actually allowing me to bench a little bit better.
It's behaving pretty well at the moment.
Yeah,
I mean,
but now that's gonna end.
Yeah, sorry.
Ever since you said that, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you. Maya in chat reminded me, isn't Phoenix the code name for the Ryzen 7000 APUs? I'm pretty sure that is correct, yeah.
For 7,000 or 5,000?
7, I think. AMD
Maybe that's what it was.
Phoenix.
I can't remember.
Phoenix, yeah.
I'm just trying to think of when I got the shirt.
Phoenix APUs. It's the Zen 4 and RDNA 3, I think, part. Yeah.
I'm really curious what's going to happen with RDNA.
RDNA 3, I mean, it's not far off. They publicly said that their announcement is like early November, I think. And then I have no idea what cards they're launching first, like if it's going to be high-end or... I feel like if they launch mid-range, they might do pretty well just because NVIDIA's not there yet.
I don't know, if you look at their 6900, even against the 4090 in some game tests, like it's actually, from 3090 perspective, it was actually really good.
Yeah, I mean, 1080p,
especially compared to old generations when AMD was like...
It wasn't even close.
Yeah, like it was, like, especially from being like such a GPU aficionado, like I really love GPUs.
Yeah.
Like that's my thing.
That's what you overclock.
Yeah.
Well, like the RX 480 into the 580 into the 590, that was it. Like they didn't have anything higher end than a $250 card.
Yeah. And
so
it's kind of...
They fixed it. It just took like half a decade, actually.
Hey, better late than never, right?
Yeah. Because I guess Vega was their first attempt at getting back into the high end. It didn't do so great.
Yeah, Vega was kind of...
Yeah.
I mean, it was kind of cool for mining and stuff, but other than...
Well, it had HBM, right? So it's interesting. It didn't do... everyone thought like, oh, HBM is going to be it.
I remember that. That was like a...
Too expensive.
Yeah, it made the cards extremely, I don't know, extremely pricey.
Yeah.
And the performance was okay. Not really like... They were calling it like the second coming, Like,
yeah.
It was like...
It just wasn't it. Someone's asking what's the temp. Minus 76 is what he had.
Yeah, I'm keeping it around minus 75.
And the power is about 600 something. 620 it looks like. 630.
I'm trying not to go too cold yet, just to see like if it's gonna run it pretty decent.
So far it
That's
is.
pretty solid though. That should be a 29K run
That's
there.
a good run.
Yeah, the heater should help out quite a bit. Like I noticed yesterday when I started putting the heater on, I did. It was just way more reliable.
There you go. Nice. That's better, right? You're at 29027 before, so that is improvement.
Yeah, for today.
Frequency is what?
Good question. What is it?
So minus 75.
3210.
That's where you were with the other one, so your efficiency's gone up here.
Yeah.
That's good. Excellent. Man, all right, cool. So where's that put you? So 29. That was a good run, man.
Yeah, we should have a couple. We should be at though like 29,300 soon.
So 29064 has you tied with 14th place exactly.
Really?
Yeah, same score.
I always love ties.
Yeah.
I remember I did a stream one time in like I don't remember if it was 2080 Ti, but I think Vince did a public one, and then all of a sudden the first run I did was the same exact score Vince did. I was like, what is the chances?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? like to get the exact same score. And I don't know if that was Port Royal.
You just stop at that point.
Yeah, like, well, no, then I ended up like higher and higher and
Yeah.
higher, but it was just kind of like funny that it was just like literally, like, what are the chances really that you get the same exact score on the first chance?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of.
So this one, if you get up to 29,088, you would be in 13th place. And then you need about 200, so 250 or so points if you want it to be 10th. Oh, what it hit.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes when you're starting to get these cold, when the card gets a little bit colder and colder and colder, this is what happens.
Someone's asking, what's the world record? So the
It's
number,
like 30K.
yeah, number one single card, 30,061, and then number one dual card, which doesn't really count for what we're doing. 3090s is 36,335.
Yeah, because there's really no more dual card.
It's crazy though how they're not that far apart
No.
for a whole other GPU, but the generation's pretty different. So
I might have to go to minus 80 actually. Get a little bit of colder.
yeah, so that's just answered the question. What's the number one score? I'm gonna link the Port Royal
No.
database again.
This might be that line where I have to just push a cold.
You want to do like a
No, just
final
minus
attempts?
90. No, I don't know. We still got a little bit.
Oh, were you 29067 or 064? No, it was 064. Yeah.
064.
Yeah.
I think the first one was 27. I don't remember.
Man, nice. Someone's asking for 32,590. I don't think we're gonna do that.
I don't think it's
and
possible.
That is a lot of points to pull out of nowhere.
Maybe a custom card,
Yeah,
VBIOS,
maybe.
stuff like that. But this is really just kind of a stock.
Volt mods and stuff. Are you guys using the Steam version? No, we're using the standalone download.
Yeah, I always use the standalone. I never use the Steam version because you have so much overhead with the Steam that
Yeah.
there's just no point.
It's a
I'm
lot.
really. It's kind of interesting that actually FutureMark kind of like makes it easy to do Steam, but like to do it like the actual download, they make it harder. Like trying to find
FutureMark?
it. Yeah,
Like
I don't-
standalone? Yeah, it's
yeah,
kind
I
of a pain.
Yeah, I don't really.
And their
understand.
servers are slow. It's like,
Well, now it's like 9 gig when you download. Like
yeah.
I remember back in the day, it wasn't even near that.
They try to, we try to keep like the A version of 3D Mark on.
Oh yeah, well you can actually check versions. Some versions are faster. I know, even though they don't really say that, obviously, but
Oh, it's easier to pull updates than it is to pull the whole thing too. Why not target a temperature like 10 to 15 C? Wouldn't the semiconductor be more effective at that temperature? No, there's more temperature scale and frequency if we can get it colder.
yeah. So one of the big issues is that we can't get voltage. So what we can do to raise the clocks is actually get cold scale, which means we could bring down the temperature, and it allows us to use the same voltage to get the higher clocks.
And he's at minus 93 right now.
Yeah, I got it a little bit colder because usually I'm benching at about minus 100 for this, or at least that's what I was doing yesterday. So I'm trying to keep the memory as warm as possible by not bringing the temp down so
Someone
far.
says, why not use another fan to keep the vapor off the memory? I mean, you could.
I kind of want it on the CPU. Usually what I do is I actually create like a cardboard box over it so that
Yeah.
way it blocks it. But
And we had insulation on it earlier, but we took it off when we had
yeah,
issues.
I mean, this is kind of like a
It was a good run, Joe.
I don't know, we'll see at the end. Yeah, that should be solid.
Let's see.
I think the mount is really good compared to like yesterday. Yeah, that's nice.
Damn. All right, let's write that down. That's a big jump, isn't it?
And that's
Wow.
3240 on the
That's,
GPU.
yeah, that's awesome. All right, 3240 GPU for the frequencies, 3.2 gigahertz now, 29,134 points at minus 90, what, 2 or so? So
Yeah, about minus.
save that score too.
Well, they're all saved.
That's true. So Joe is currently 29,134. Joe, that puts you at 13th place. You are 70 points away from 12th.
Yeah, hopefully this will do it, but this is when it starts to get
Yeah.
a little.
it's great to see the progress. Like,
Yeah, I'm really surprised because that weird issue we started in the front kind of set us back a little bit.
and he's not. This isn't like for show. At this point, we're actually sort of on the edge of what it can do. So at this point, we don't know where it's going to end up.
Yeah, and this card's very finicky on temps. Like, the memory, once you start hitting a certain level, really just starts to crap out. I've even tried debating, like, lowering memory a little bit, and it kind of helps. It gives you a little bit more core, but kind of drops the score a little bit. Yeah, you can see it already.
Doing worse, you mean?
No, now you're getting...
Artifacting?
Yeah. Well, not artifacting. It's doing the...
Space Invaders?
Yeah, not even. It's the one where it's just bugging out.
I'll just keep guessing.
I'm trying to think of what, like, a good analogy for it. Like, I can't think of it at the moment. Christmas lights? Yeah, Christmas lights, kind of. I'm trying to... I keep on wanting to say... Vince used to say a particular one that I just can't think of right now.
Oh, a word for it?
Yeah, like, we always get these, like, weird niche words that... Especially in OC land.
Yeah, so... we were talking about this earlier, but I'll bring it up again for anyone who dropped in. When the run looks like this, it gets into the philosophical debate territory where if there's artifacting, like
that.
Yeah, like that, the benchmark software may count it as a valid run because it's still doing all the math correctly, which is what it validates. It's displaying wrong, though, clearly. Like that wouldn't be acceptable for gaming.
Yeah, but this is not gaming.
And the problem is, like, since the software doesn't reject the score, if you have people who, and there's no requirement to stream when you benchmark, there's no way to prove if the top scores are rendering properly.
Yeah, but it also depends on how they do it. A lot of the times I don't think they rely on that particular function to be able to... I'm hoping this finishes. This might be the run, actually. It looks pretty massive. Yeah, this is gonna be huge.
If it survives, come on.
Yeah, dude, it's like almost 15 grand. This might be a 30K run.
Depth buffer corruption, someone says, which is Z fighting. I guess is that Z fighting, Andrew? Is that what that is? Damn. All right. Well, is it valid? I guess you need the internet, right?
Yeah, we'd have to check.
30,289. So I'll asterisk that as a. What's the frequency?
3255.
3255 megahertz.
I'd say it's kind of suspect, but
yeah, I think so.
But we'll see. But that doesn't mean the same guys on there aren't doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So kind of one of those things.
See if the software says it's valid when you're done, I guess. Anyway, that run. I mean, it's I made this so 30,289. Oh my, is that first? Oh.
Yeah, that's
actually first.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's massive first, but I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the.
Yeah, that counts.
But that's just how it is, though. Like, I mean.
We talked about this a few years ago. Where
I'll probably talk to Future Mark. I mean, they're pretty good like that. I can actually send it to them and they'll validate it.
If it's valid, yeah.
No, well, I'll send it to them and they'll tell me whether it's valid or not.
Gotcha.
Like they'll say if it's because I've seen scores where like that kind of looks suspect, but it actually is pretty good.
Yeah.
Because you never know like what it's doing like really in those timing. Because they mark every second for what the card is doing. So like they can actually give you the details
manually.
And they don't tell you everything purposely, so that way you don't try to mitigate it, try to hack their issue. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you never know what's really going on. But
yeah, so
technically that would be the record.
That's
if it's valid.
If it's valid.
Ooh, way too cold. Yeah, but I don't know if we're gonna probably get better than that at these temps because we're starting to flake again.
Yeah, chat saying, if 3D Mark says it's valid, then it's valid in my book. I mean, that's kind of how it works,
It's just how it works,
Because it's like, yeah, I get it. It wouldn't work for games, but it's not games. It's basically just doing math with a pretty screen on it, and it's kind of one of those like, if you slide across the finish line with a wheel missing, it still counts. So.
Yeah, and then now the setup's done.
I mean, hey, that's a good run to go out on, though.
That is a pretty good run to go out on.
First place, I don't know.
Yeah, like
what else are you going for?
Right. Like I don't. To be honest, I don't think we'll be able to even get better than that.
Yeah, I think it's if 3D Mark says, hey, the math is valid, then it's good to go.
Yeah, I would set up.
That's what I was saying though. When we did RipJ in the past, I remember I said in a stream, I was like, oh, it's artifacting, but technically, like, it's kind of like if parts fall off the car, but you still get across the line, it still counts.
That's a great analogy. That's pretty much exactly right.
I liked Jay's answer because when he did a video, Jay was like, Steve's over there talking about all the parts fell off the car, but his seat slid across the line. We're gonna try and get all of the car across the line. Okay, fair enough.
It's funny.
That's cool.
Let's try it. Yeah, I can't believe that.
Someone said they don't seem too excited. I think we are. It's just we've been going at this for 4 hours now, and we're not 100% sure if it's valid.
Yeah, yesterday we actually hit 30 grand too. So
Yeah,
like, it's kind of like one of those things where like, I don't know, like, it's kind of iffy to us. But like, I mean, it is probably a world record. But
you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to celebrate if you then plug it into the internet. It says invalid. So.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it almost leaves good for another video, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe you'll get an extra.
You should upload it before you.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
leave.
After when the stream's done.
After the stream, we'll upload it. Yep.
And then that way we'll give you some anticipation for the stream recap, I guess.
Yeah. All right. That's cool.
That's pretty cool. That thing was massive, though.
Yeah, I like the winning is winning. You know?
Winning is winning.
Stable or nothing.
Hey, it's still cool to see, man. There's a lot goes into it, you know. You spend a couple days doing this stuff, and yeah.
It's cool to see chat is mostly like, yeah, if it's valid, then it counts.
I love that. I see this as an absolute win.
Yeah.
I like your style.
I like GTA Super Chat here. Victory tater tots. I agree.
Yeah, I think we're finding that fine line.
So we'll do a recap video, and we're gonna upload that since this is a 4-hour stream, so people will want one. And I guess, Joe, what are the main things, like if we say that was the last run, what are the main things you changed leading up to that run that pushed it there?
Really, it was just getting cold, right? So we don't have voltage to push. Like if we had voltage, I guarantee you we could probably push it more, and then we'd start running into the power limit. But since we can't adjust voltage, we have to get more cold, which gives us cold scaling, right?
Yeah.
So we can get more clocks just from temperature. It's kind of like adding voltage, but it's not.
Yeah,
like
yeah. You also reduce leakage, power leakage too, when you get colder. So I don't know if this number is still accurate, but probably about 6-7 years ago, we had some data that suggested for about every 10 degrees Celsius change in the CPU temperature, you had a 4% change in loss, basically waste power from leakage.
Yep.
And so the colder you get, you got a little bit more budget to play with there. Because ultimately the GPU, because the VBIOS is NVIDIA's, it's not modified, it is limited by what they allow voltage and what they allow power.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like if we did get voltage, we would probably run into a lot more issues, because then NVIDIA would be like, this voltage is never supposed to be hit. So like all of a sudden you start now running into some of the blocks that they block on you, you know?
Yeah, and
it gets frustrating.
I'll give a shout out to Alo as well, who apparently has jumped up 2 ranks in the last couple hours.
Oh, is he benching right now?
He's benching right
now.
now.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's cool. So yeah, I mean,
he's on a 1300K.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we will do a recap.
We'll see if we'll finish this round. But.
Yeah, sure.
Well, no, this is just a regular run. I'm just trying to see if it's.
Oh, if it's okay.
Then I'll try a big one. We'll do it like a suicide run, I think.
Okay, yeah. This is the terminology for when you're like, we'll just go all in.
Just go all in.
If the cart.
Yeah, it's not even running.
Yeah,
dude, it's
so you
shot.
won't even get there.
Yeah, it's completely shot at this point.
Yeah, and I do this every time, but just so everyone knows, when we talk about like the card being Dunsky or dead or shot or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's dead. It just means, well, a lot of the times what we mean by that is like the paste is done.
Right.
So the paste freezes up. As soon as you like crash, that means there's no heat really applied to that pot. So what happens is the paste like almost instantly freezes, and then like now you like, I was just running something that we could have ran like 100 times at that temp, and since it's not running, we know that there's something wrong.
It's done.
Yeah, usually what I would do is I would heat it all the way up to like probably plus, and then pull it down again.
Yeah.
But then you get water. You gotta be careful for that.
So yeah, a couple things then. Just kind of recapping here. So The question of validation, a second ago, I was about to suggest something really stupid. I was like, we could take the Ethernet cable from this computer and plug it into that one. But that is how the stream is happening. So,
you know, I didn't even think about it as soon as you said that. I was like, oh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
That'd be funky.
We're going to validate the score. Stream dies. So we're going to validate the score. So people are asking, hey, whose name is it going to be under?
Probably be under Bearded Hardware.
Yeah, we'll do it under Joe's name because he did the clocking. So it'll be under Bearded Hardware. And I'll probably do some overclocking, after the fact, after I get through the next couple reviews of other things. But I mean, I think that's it. I mean,
yeah, I don't think there's much more we can. Yeah, look at that card.
So you started the day at I guess the first run I did when it was stock was like 26K. Yeah, that's the Space Invaders.
Yeah, it's bad now, but only at -80. So that means I think it's more pace than anything.
Let me put this into perspective. So 30,289 from, I don't know, 26,500 or whatever the first run was, is only a 14% increase. But look at what it took, right, to get 14%. Because the first one, it wasn't even really LN2. I was keeping it pretty close to above 0. And it took all this and minus 100 degrees to gain 14% to get from not even on the leaderboard to top the leaderboard. So.
Yeah, well, I feel like NVIDIA wants it that way, so it's kind of
it's
more difficult to do. But
there's also the more you push, the less you have to gain. So. Good job.
Hey, it was fun.
Yeah.
Can't complain about that. So.
Excellent work. All right, thanks.
I'm just curious if it actually validates.
Yeah, we're gonna find out right away. If it doesn't, then I guess you have the 29,134.
Well, I have a bunch of other ones in there too.
That's true.
So I think I have 29.8 something. Yeah. I think I have 28.7 something. I think I have 28.6 something.
Sandbagging.
I was sandbagging. Usually
Joe was down here alone in the studio for 4 hours yesterday while I was working over there and he was stacking scores. I had no idea.
Well, I didn't want to tell you all what I was doing either, so it's kind of more fun that way. It's more of a surprise.
Well, yeah, because it's all new to me on the stream. Yeah. And that was new to you, that score.
Yeah, that was monster. I think I was at 30,030, I think, or 30,024 or something like that.
And the next steps would have to be volt mods, shunt mods, maybe a different card.
Yeah, and that's when the difficulty is, because trying to volt mod an FE might be difficult. I mean, it might be able to do it with the EVC, depending on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't really look at the, really take a good close look at the VRM on there.
Right.
A lot of those chips and stuff are under NDA, so you can't even get anything to them. So trying to modify is a pain in the butt. So. But yeah, I think voltage would be awesome. If someone can get voltage to it, that would probably be a big win. But we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, maybe next time. And then that'll give someone time to push your score down too. So
of course, man. That's what you got to expect it in this one. It's a never-ending evolution of scores, right? You can't be butthurt if someone beats you.
Yeah.
You have to
that's how
live with it.
Overclocking works. Especially if new hardware comes out, you're gonna lose anyway. So.
Yeah, there's always gonna be somebody that's gonna come along. And you never know. They have a better.
Someone's asking, will you or Joe send a tweet if it validates? Yes. I'll send one out right away. We're not going to validate on stream just because
it's too much of a pain.
It's too much with the internet connection, and because I've only got one Ethernet cable in here right now, and it's plugged into the streaming computer.
Plus, I don't have the driver installed, and plus the BIOS. It's actually taken out in the BIOS too, so I'd have to reboot.
So we'll have to turn some stuff on and install drivers, but
okay. Not stream worthy.
Yeah, no. I think we'll tweet if you want to check twitter.com/gamersnexus. I'll have a tweet out there within the next hour and a half or whatever.
Yeah, we'll do.
And I'll let you know what the final is. But so the score he hit that we're not sure about, 30,289 points, which is a world record first place. I didn't think you were going to get there, honestly.
I didn't. To be honest, I thought I was going to be on borderline 30,000.
Yeah.
I felt like it was maybe 30, but not. I didn't think it was going to be 33.
Yeah. So
or close to 33.
30,300. Yeah. So that's it for this one. We're going to film a recap. If you want to check out the recap, it'll be there with setup. That you all didn't even see some of that. And that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Check out his channel, linked below.
Bearded Hardware.
We'll see you all next time.
Later, slackers.